Beasley Media Group Station, live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5, The Fanatic, and 97.5thefanatic.com.
You know, every once in a while, your coworker says something that you think about and think about and think about because it's such a great point made by that individual. No, that was not.
Thank you.
That was not you, John Kincade. It was Ricky Pitalico. Everything feels a little bit different this year. We'll discuss that next. Also, Sixers. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
We're talking NFC Championship game now, right? Like, there's no other discussion. If
Nothing
you're
less.
not having that conversation, there's just something that's completely scaring you.
You're in a beautiful platform for where you're at. A great night at the stadium. It is a great day to be awake.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my coworker who does say smart things every once in a while, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
I'm not offended at all. I think Ricky Pitalico's a smart guy.
So,
I'm not offended.
To your credit, you're the one that heard it, caught it, and I don't think he even expanded on the point. It was just something that caught your ear.
Yeah, Ricky's very, and take this the right way. Ricky's points are very simplistic. He's very blunt. He's very direct. And sometimes he says stuff and it's like, okay, you don't have to be Nick Sirianni and say 500 words.
Right.
What could be said in 15? And I think that Ricky Pitalico was brilliant in this point.
So you told me about it. He basically said that this year feels like the opposite of last year, where last year they were 10-1 and they were winning football games, but it never really looked great, and then they started falling apart. Whereas this year, the first 4 weeks were tumultuous. It wasn't just that things didn't look great. I mean, we were talking about the head coach. We were talking about the quarterback and whether or not he's a franchise quarterback. We never stopped believing, but You know how a lot of people were in this city. Nick Sirianni, the conversations surrounding Nick Sirianni after wins sucked.
Some of them were stupid.
Yeah.
Some of them were stupid.
I know, but there were some conversations that we legitimately had to have. And then if you even use the Browns game as an example, even though that was the post-bye, I mean, that ended up becoming a circus here in Philadelphia. But to Ricky's point, everything then started going up. Whereas last year, it went down after wins. This year, it's basically the opposite. And John, I kind of want to expand on it today because I think almost everything is different this year.
Now, when you say almost everything, considering that probably the roster is 75% the same?
Yeah, there was a decent amount of turnover, but very, very similar, at least offensively. I mean, obviously, you add Saquon, which is a huge add.
Difference, yeah.
And then what, Jahan Dotson, which is not like that's made that much of an impact.
No, he's made no impact at all.
Defensively, it's a big difference. It's a huge facelift, right? Like, you know, the defense got a lot of Botox, okay? Like, that it looks beautiful, that defense. But it's not just player names. It's the players playing to their level of expectations or over their level of expectations. It's the coordinators being different, but also being adults, right? Last year, you had two inexperienced coordinators, and my God, did they struggle probably because of it.
They weren't good.
Right.
Like, they flat out were not good. And to me, that creates a downward spiral of, if the information is not flowing down, then that can spin your entire team out.
Yeah.
Because they have to count on the guys. We have a boss. If you don't believe in your boss's message, you don't tend to follow it. Or you tend to push back. And then that tends to have everything spiral out of control.
Right. And the coordinator thing also goes to another point I want to make, that the best players are playing. Like, do you think, and I'm not trying to take shots at Sean Desai here, do you think Sean Desai, I was going to use the term balls. How about pedigree? Do you believe Sean Desai had the pedigree to say, yeah, Howie, I know you paid Bryce Huff $51 million, but he's going to play 20% of the snaps because I don't think he's the best player on the field?
No.
He would not do that.
And I also think that Sean Desai, though, also, if Nolan Smith struggles early, Nolan Smith then gets relegated and doesn't get used, and now you see that there's a way to use Nolan Smith, and,
Right.
and Vic Fangio goes, okay, I can figure that out. I can get something out of this.
And
kid.
there were times where I didn't stand up for Sean Desai, but I understood what he was doing. Like, this guy's spiraling. He needs stops, so he's going to play his veterans over and over and over and over again, thinking that was the best route to take.
Which it wasn't.
It wasn't, but I understood where this inexperienced defensive coordinator's going, man, I need this third down stop. Hassan, I know you've played 16 straight snaps, but I need you to play another one out there.
Well, also, he was a guy who couldn't tell Hassan Reddick to stop freelancing.
Right, because he didn't have the pedigree.
Hassan Reddick wasn't going to listen to him because Hassan Reddick wanted a new contract, so he was going to go and do what he wanted to do.
Right.
Which was part of the downward spiral of last season.
Well, and I think messaging and culture is a big one for this team, too, because let's face it, when you read articles from Jeff McLane last year that they're the most miserable 10-1 team that he's ever been around, when you see a team spiral the way that it did, and all you just keep on hearing is, it's just a storm that we have to get through, which was one of the big things that Brandon Graham said.
Oh, no, that was a constant.
And then eventually Fletcher Cox, after the Seattle Seahawks game, said, I see guys that are scared because they're looking around and seeing us lose and lose and lose. And that was one of the worst things I heard when Fletcher Cox literally said, I see players in this locker room who are scared of what's happening. Like, yo, you're going to war. I'm sorry. I can't have you being scared right now. Like, I need you to be confident with your abilities because let's face it, you are NFL players, and that offense last year had a lot of ability.
I remember you talking about it at the time when that happened, and it was weird because what I was bothered by more when Fletcher said it was the idea that Fletcher Cox was, I know that if Fletcher Cox sees this as a problem, it's a huge problem.
Yes.
Like, to me, I'm going, this guy's at the end of his career, and he's calling this out. That means this is a huge problem.
Yeah.
We're just not seeing. We don't get to see it on a daily basis, but he's willing to speak it to his truth and also share it with us.
So I think there's a million things that are different this year. And I would like to hear from you and Brendan Gunn and our audience today at 610-632-0975 what things feel different. But I also have a question to follow up on, John. People are still walking on eggshells with this team.
I have no idea why.
I don't know
I have no
why.
idea. I have no idea why.
And it's locally, it's nationally. I still think people don't necessarily believe in this football team. I mean, we played the Ryan Fitzpatrick audio about Jalen Hurts. We've played Colin Cowherd just yesterday about how this coaching staff not is holding them back, but will hold them back. And I totally get it. Look, we've talked about Nick Sirianni at nauseum this year. Go ahead.
I would just say to you, though, on the Colin conversation again from yesterday, and it didn't say yesterday, what Colin knows about this coaching staff and what's going on here could fill a shot glass.
Right, I got you.
So, I mean, he's doing the hot take thing, which is that network's. That's network's
their MO.
brand.
Yeah.
That's what they want. But Colin knows Colin Cowherd is not connected inside that building. He
Okay,
is not.
totally
he does
fair.
not have it. But he's observing it, so he's allowed to say what he thinks his eyes show.
Yeah.
But I believe Nick Sirianni and that coaching staff has a lot more support and backing than the way it's portrayed.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And I'm very critical of Nick Sirianni at times. So, I mean, but I believe he has a ton of support.
But why are people walking on eggshells? Like, even locally, how many times have we heard from reporters, and no, this is not they always have something negative to say. How many people have still been hesitant to, like, jump on this defense? Like, literally 2 weeks ago, Amy, who's not coming in today, unfortunately, she's coming in Thursday for the 8 o'clock hour. Even Amy was still, like, not necessarily believing this defense. She's talking about the Jags game and how the second half, the defense struggled, which they did. I think the coach put them in horrible situations.
I think the turnover cost them the fumble. I think it was
Yeah.
Saquon's fumble.
Yes.
That cost them in plus territory and things like that. That made that game more cosmetically scary than it needed to be. But I have no idea because I am completely bought in.
Yes.
And whereas last year, the Eagles were 8-2 this year. We were 9-1 last year. I am so much more bought in on an 8-2 team, and I said this last week.
Yes, you did.
I'm so much more bought in on an 8-2 Eagles team than I was the 9-1 team last year, and I took nothing but grief for questioning, like, oh my God, they won. Why are you complaining? It's because I didn't believe what my eyes are showing me. I believe what my eyes are showing me this year.
And look, when I ask the question, why are you still walking on eggshells? It's not that I see people on Twitter saying that this team stinks. There are people that snap the second Jalen Hurts has a bad throw.
No question.
We literally had that discussion 2 weeks ago after the Cowboys game. There are people that still question Nick Sirianni at every waking moment. And look, I'm somebody that looks to find something that Nick Sirianni's going to do that's going to piss me off, right? Because I'm kind of at that relationship with him. But even the people that are like having fun watching games, they still are like, I don't know. We talk to people every single day.
We do.
Every single day, there's somebody that still goes, yeah, but why?
I think it's part of the culture here. I will tell you that. Having done this job locally, nationally, and then in another city, I think it's part of the DNA here. Is the sky is falling, I'm going to be contrary to, I don't want to believe, I want to be negative. The Negadelphian thing, whether we want to own it or not, is
never gone away.
Is certainly real. But I do believe, and I'm being as respectful as possible, I do believe it's dying off.
Oh, yeah, it's not as bad.
Because I think your generation and Brendan's generation and Connor's, Haley's, you guys are far more optimistic, far more likely to go, wow, everything's okay. It's going to be fine. We're going to get this fixed. Far more than I am.
Right.
Far more. When I hear people talk about this year's Sixers team, I roll my eyes. I roll my eyes because I think people are so bought in. They're such good Sixers fans. I think it's a beautiful thing that they're just going to make. I believe it's going to work out. No, you know it's not going to, but you want to believe that it's going to. That is something that is definitely a generational thing in this town.
Well, hopefully that actually works because I would like to see more championships in my life. That would be nice.
We'd love to see it.
I would like
the
to
thing
see
is,
championships.
that would be like saying though, I want to see the Flyers. I want to see the Flyers win a Stanley Cup. Dude, they better do it this year.
Right.
No, you got to be realistic about where teams are and go, okay, here's what I think this team is. For the Eagles, I felt it since the summer, and I feel it stronger today. Everything that I felt in the summer about the Eagles, I feel much stronger today on November, 19th? I feel much stronger.
So what's different? What is something that comes to your mind? I mentioned a few things, that the talent has played to or over their level of expectations. And over their level of expectations is not like, this undrafted free agent's playing over his head and eventually it's going to fall off. Like Saquon Barkley is playing over his level of expectations. He's doing more than what I expected him to do, and I was expecting him to do a lot.
You did, yes.
But it could very well end up being the offensive player of the year. The coordinators is obviously a major difference.
A big difference.
And the best players are playing, which is something that I think is key, and I think that comes from Vic Fangio going, all right, Bryce Huff is not the best player. He's not the best edge rusher that we have, so I'm going to play who I believe is the best players. So what else do you think is different from this year, John?
Youth.
Yeah.
I think that this is a coaching staff that believes in enough. And that, by the way, Nick Sirianni gets primary credit for this. He gets primary.
Okay.
To be able to trust that this franchise, like last year, I truly believed that the Window Nation window of opportunity was closing on the Eagles. I believed that it was going into a much tighter window. Right now, I think it's a wide open barn door. I don't know if they sell barn doors at Window Nation. You got that front door from them. But I mean, right now, I look at it and goes, the Eagles got better this year, and they got better with younger people, with fresh talent that has tons of upside, that has 6, 7, 8 years left.
Yeah.
So to me, I'm looking at it as
not a couple games like last year. You had guys in training camp who retired.
Right. I know and again, I know what Daryl Morey was trying to do, bringing it to a Sixers point just for a second.
We'll get there.
I know what he was trying to do, but Daryl Morey got older. The Sixers got older.
Yeah.
I never agree with let's double down on getting older. Get youthful, get energetic, get things. I can tell you this much, and I've told you, I'll give Andrew a compliment. I'll give Haley and Connor and Brendan a compliment. I tell my wife all the time, working around you guys, and I love all the people I've ever worked around, but there's something about working with people that are young, enthusiastic, and not jaded. There's something about it that just creates an energy.
I mean, your hair's starting to turn brown again.
If it does, I'm doing something else to it. To me, I think that's valuable. And I think it also feeds off of a Brandon Graham. wanting to saying, yeah, I'm not sure I'm hanging him up.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You know
That's
why
actually awesome.
You know why that is? Because he sees that the bread man is kicking ass.
You don't think Jason Kelsey and Fletcher Cox are watching right now going, damn.
Maybe 1 year early.
Because they both played well last. Fletcher Cox better than Jason Kelsey, but it's not like Jason Kelsey sucked. But the two of them are probably going, man, that would have been nice to have been around.
Like I was told, anybody who has an issue with Darius Slay, last home game, I was having discussion with someone around the Eagles.
Okay.
And they said, anybody of your listeners who has an issue with Darius Slay, and he said, and this guy understood that some people could have issues. He goes, you should see him with the young guys.
I've seen videos with him and Quinyon.
Like he's
working on technique before games.
That Darius Slay cares about the young players.
That's awesome.
He cares about a guy who might be taking his job.
Yeah.
Darius Slay, though you might not like the podcast, and by the way, I do not.
I do not like it at all.
But Darius Slay is a guy who goes, oh, Quinyon Mitchell needs to be developed. Cooper DeJean needs to be developed. These guys, that this is a veteran who goes, I'll give them as much of my time as they need.
And, man, to the Eagles' credit, that's a culture. Because
that's part of it.
Fletcher Cox did it with Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. Jason Kelsey handpicked Cam Jurgens.
Lane Johnson does it.
Yeah.
Like, there's a to me, that is why my greatest enthusiasm about what I've seen, long-winded getting back to where we're at. The Eagles got significantly younger, and they've gotten, I believe, significantly better.
So what is different this year for the Eagles compared to last year? There are a lot of familiar faces, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And it's not that Cam Jurgens is a better center than Jason Kelsey. It's just there's a lot of differences with this team compared to last year. So what are they? It's 610-632-0975. And when you come to the table with a difference, because there are differences, are you still walking on eggshells? Because there are still people that see the differences, that have actually enjoyed themselves watching Eagles games. That meme last year of, oh, great, the Eagles are starting, and then, I want a KMS, and then, oh, the Eagles won. Like, that meme kind of is gone this year because, for the most part, they're playing good football throughout the entire game, especially except for the first quarter. But, like, the Eagles have been fun to watch this year, and yet there are a lot of people that still haven't dove into the water.
Yeah, I don't understand it, and if you're telling me it's about last year, there's nothing about this team resembles last year. There's nothing that I look at and go, okay, the same problems they were having last year, I see them happening again.
Right.
Last year's problems were their own thing, were their own issue. And I believe a lot of them was leadership.
Yeah.
And I think there was a failure of leadership in Nick Sirianni's part to take control of the offense when it was spiraling out of control. I think that's something it goes back to. But I think Nick has learned this year to be a little bit more, I don't know, even-keeled.
Yeah, I think that's
after
a big
his
part
early
of it.
issues.
Yeah.
I think Vic Fangio is a lone wolf. Like, you're not interfering with Vic Fangio.
No, he's handling his business.
He's handling his business, and God, if it hasn't paid off.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of Nick Sirianni, he was asked yesterday about how the team is handling success, because if you remember, they were 10-1 last year, and
Sure.
Jeff McLane called them the most miserable 10-1 football team he's ever been around. Here's Sirianni talking about this year's team handling all the success.
It's just so important that we have that mindset that we aren't focused on anything else, not the past, not the future, just literally where we are. And we try to talk about that every single day, showing the mountain that we're going to climb. And you can't look up, you'll slip. You can't look down, you'll have a mistake, and just being locked into where you are. And so does that mean it goes perfectly every time? No, obviously not. But that's the mindset we tried to have. I think mental toughness, is just as important in this game of football as physical toughness. And so we try to pride ourselves in that. And yeah, of course, you try to learn from your mistakes of the past. I think that, if you're referring to last year, yeah, we learned a lot from that. And we're on the path that we are from a lot of the lessons and a lot of the adversity that we went through last year to end the season, and we'll have to continue to learn those lessons, put ourselves in positions to move forward. But really, at the end of the day, we're not worried about anything but this next football game that we have.
I love his message.
Yeah, it was long-winded, but I loved it too.
It takes him a long time.
But when he finally got to it.
But he did get to it, and I like his message.
Yeah. And I like that he brought up last year without, harping on last year.
Right,
exactly.
Yeah,
last year happened. We made mistakes last year, and we are learning from them this year.
I'm a I'm even more optimistic about Nick Sirianni. And that's saying something. Like, to me, that's a positive. There to me is so many reasons that you should believe in this team, but part of it is I'm a person who looks ahead. Like, who's ahead? What's the challenge ahead? Not the person who's behind, the people trying to catch you.
Right.
It's who's ahead of you. I think that if you look behind you, if you're an Eagles fan, who are you afraid of?
Yeah, you're actually feeling pretty good if you're looking behind you.
Right. I think you feel as good. Like, it gives you every reason to believe that you're going to be freezing your backsides off that last Sunday in January.
Damn right.
Hopefully outside.
That would be really nice.
Be a lot of fun.
So, what's different this year from last year, and why are you, if you are still walking on eggshells, and if you're not, you know that people are. So let's talk about it. 610-632-0975. Coming up next, we take a break from the Eagles because the Sixers and Flyers are both in action. Two teams with different goals this season. Two teams that are playing the opposite of what we expected, Johnny.
Yep.
I will vent about the Sixers next, and Johnny will make me feel worse with stats. Thanks. It's Kincade Salciunas on a Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
with Bradford White today.
Oh, that's good work.
A little fun time out with Bradford White.
Will it be more fun than watching the Sixers?
Yes, it will. But I want to make sure that I do something, Brendan. Just, use that device that turns off my microphone because I really do want to make sure that, as Mrs. Oshinsky would say when Olivia was in pre-K, I want to make sure my listening ears are on because I think we're about to have some sort of a revelation here. So I'll make sure that I'm nice and quiet.
Yesterday was embarrassing. And there's no sugarcoating this. And for anyone that is sugarcoating the Sixers situation at this point, I don't know why you're doing that. We talk about how sometimes with the Eagles, people are walking on eggshells because maybe they don't want to get their hopes up too much because they know what happened last year. What have the Sixers done to allow you to keep getting your hopes up? They haven't gotten out of the second round, and this is this year. Last year has nothing to do with it. The year before that has nothing to do with it. Every year post-process has nothing to do with what's happening this year right now. But what I watched last night and what I've watched now through 13 games this season, you can make a couple excuses about injuries. Embiid was not ready to start the season, but that's part of the problem, and that's part of the culture that has been in place with this organization for a long time. Paul George was hurt to start the season. That's part of the problem. You signed an often injured player who was healthy last year in a contract season. The Tyrese Maxey thing, it's a shame that he got hurt, but when he was the only one playing, I've warned you that he's not good enough to lead a team. He's good enough to be a part of an ensemble, and a great part of that ensemble, which is why he was deserving of the max contract. Last night, you blew a 19-point lead. You were outscored in the third quarter, 35-16. John, you mentioned it earlier that getting older is not necessarily a good plan. Kyle Lowry and Eric Gordon look old. With all due respect to Jared McCain, who's been a lot of fun so far to watch this season, he should not have more field goal attempts than Joel Embiid in a basketball game, like ever. Seriously. And Joel Embiid, okay, he was ill yesterday, and I hope for a speedy recovery, Johnny. I'm
just playing my violin over here quietly.
He just looks so slow. And for people that say basketball shape is different than regular shape, I'm one of them. You're right. But when does he get into basketball shape? It's now been 3 games, and it's looked even worse. Do I still think they make the playoffs? Yes, I do still think they make the playoffs. But what I'm watching right now, that's not good enough. We hold teams to higher standards. We talk about championship level of expectations for the Phillies and the Eagles, and that's why every single second we hang on to every at-bat, every snap, every carry. For whatever reason, it's different for a lot of people with the Sixers that are always looking for a positive. And I don't have one for you. Tyrese Maxey's going to come back at some point. Great. What's the hole that you're going to be in? I warned you that when Embiid came back, it would take some time before they start clicking. They've now lost all 3 games that he's played in. I don't know when it's going to start clicking. It pains me to say this because you know how much I love the Sixers. You know how much I love Joel Embiid. But the situation that's currently happening in front of you, stop looking at the calendar. Stop looking at November. Stop looking at December. Stop talking about that December 25th is the unofficial start to the NBA. Look at what is happening in front of you and forget the calendar for a second. It's bad. It's really, really bad. Nick Nurse doesn't have an answer, which I start questioning him for the first time. He's got no answers. I also think he's in a bad spot because he never knows if his big man's going to play, and Paul George can't play back-to-backs either, so they're just punting away games against the Cavs. A game in which those young players actually played pretty damn well, but you lost because ultimately you were out-talented. Guys, if you're still looking for positives or if you're ignoring the fact that they're only 2-11, you're saying, oh, well, it's only November. When does that stop? Because I don't think you have much ground to stand on at this point. I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
I'm proud of you.
It sucks, dude. I watched that game last night. Freaking miserable. And they have an early lead, and you're going, all right, maybe they got something going here.
18 or 19-point lead.
Yeah, they blew a 19-point lead.
They were rocking and rolling, and things were looking good. And I saw people spiking the football on Twitter, being like, see, you knew it was going. Well, yeah, really.
Well, if they did win, it would have been 3-10 instead of 2-11.
Here's what I'll say to you. That is, I know the reason, and I think you do too. Why I said it last week on Twitter, had a lot of mixed reaction. I believe the Sixers get the biggest optimistic free pass from a fan base that any fan base in this town gives. Sixers fans. Because you lived through that stupid-ass process, and you believed in it. And you bought into it, and you believed in it, and you said, well, this is going to pay off all my dedication and everything. You were a cosplayer. You're like, it's going to pay off. And because you so want it to pay off, because you don't want your dedication, loyalty, and the time you put in on it to be like, nah, it's never going to work out. That's why people just keep trying to find a silver lining here. There is no silver lining in the fact that Joel Embiid is still not ready to play.
No.
He did it. His choices, his opportunity. Again, they should maybe just start, maybe at halftime, show Olympic highlights to just make you try to feel better that your best player decided to do something self-indulgent instead of doing what was best for his career and best for his full-time job. Because the Sixers have confirmed. They've said it on record. There is no new injury. There's no new injury. This is what was going on last year. So last summer, when it was the summer of George, for Joel Embiid.
Not Paul George.
No. Well, it was. That's what happened. He didn't invest in you. You invest in them, Andrew.
All the time.
They don't invest in you. The star player didn't invest in you. And I can tell you, it's flat out embarrassing. And I applaud Mike Missanelli, and I know Mike's probably taking grief for it. That to just say, well, this is ridiculous. As far as when, the idea is that you can't be in you can't be in basketball shape. Are you looking at him lumbering up and down the floor or decide not even do it? When is it going to be? Because where was the investment in conditioning? Where you can condition yourself while you rehab. You can work on cardio. Yeah, it's not the same. But you sure as hell wouldn't look like you're winded, like walking up a flight of stairs. It's a problem. And I got a bad number for you.
What's the bad number to make me feel even worse today, Johnny?
It's a bad number. I keep hearing people tell me, it's October. It's November. Oh, my gosh. You guys so overreacting. The Sixers, we figured out the 48-win mark to avoid the play-in tournament. That's the number that's averaged out. Right now, the Sixers would have to play 23 games over 500 in order to avoid the play-in tournament. 23 games over 500. Do you know how many teams in the NBA played 23 games over 500 last season for the year?
I'm going to guess one. That would be the Boston Celtics.
No, 4 did.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
3 in the West, Boston in the East. So right now you're saying you believe this Sixers team is good enough to play at a clip, by the way, in far fewer games, which makes it harder.
Right.
To play 23 games over 500. Not only is the play-in tournament at risk, making the playoffs is absolutely at risk. It's absolutely. Especially when you know Joel Embiid is going to have his Club Med nights. And
Paul George and Tyrese Maxey's not back yet.
But Paul George is going to take his Club Med nights.
I know. So Paul George, yeah.
This is the idea, if anybody is buying into, when they get healthy, then it'll all work out. I swear to you. It is the most, to me, just baffling blind support that I've ever heard.
Yep. And I'm pretty miserable this morning, as you can tell by my tone. I was much more happier the first 20 minutes of the show talking about the Eagles because they put a smile on my face, and right now the Sixers are not. And they fell to 2-11 yesterday, guys. Again, for the people that keep on doing the whole it's just November thing.
They're full of it.
I understand where somebody comes from when they say just get in because of the talent on this team. I get it, John. I totally do. I just look at it differently. And I look at it through the pain that I have suffered year in and year out with this team And one of the biggest excuses year in and year out is, well, they didn't have enough time to gel and figure things out come playoff time.
Think of your greatest players of all the greatest teams that you ever rooted for. Okay? The best player on the team. Tell me any of them that had great success where that player was like Joel Embiid.
What do you mean by like Joel Embiid?
Had Joel Embiid's attributes. As far as work ethic, conditioning, those type of things.
Can't really think of one.
You can't. And that's why all the excuse making is just what it is. It's excuse making. And for that amount of money, and the Sixers devote everything to him, I got to tell you, it's a flat out embarrassment. It's an embarrassment.
Tough loss for the Flyers last night, but they're rebuilding.
Yeah, and they battled their asses off in the third period.
Yeah.
Played really tough.
They're rebuilding.
Yep, and they're in a rebuild.
Sixers are in year 1 of 5.
Yeah, because now they double down on this.
All right, guys, we'll get to your text messages next.
I applaud you, though.
Maybe you guys can help me out today. I don't know. What sunshine are you going to try to... I'll just leave it at that. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now is the time to become a Fanatic MVP. Go right now to 975.
7 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll get to the text line in a second with our man Brendan Gunn, who's in for Connor today. Connor out sick today. He should be back tomorrow. He's listed as questionable for tomorrow.
He's doing the responsible thing, though.
Yes.
Please.
Yeah, stay away from me,
do the right thing by your coworkers.
Yeah, I'm getting away this weekend. I don't want. I don't need to be dealing with that.
If you have to go on antibiotics,
yeah,
give the antibiotics the 24 to 36 hours that it takes to sort of make you not contagious, and spare your coworkers.
Yeah,
I appreciate Connor doing that.
So real quick before we get to the text line, because I'm still miserable about
you are.
Situation.
You know, you were. That was very well said, though.
Thank you. Hold on a second. I'm gonna try not to flash you guys. Look what
Why?
Look what I'm
do?
wearing under my sweatshirt.
You're wearing your Sixers shirt.
I'm wearing a
That's good.
Sixers shirt. Like I freaking love this team, man.
No, you do love that team.
So I saw a tweet from Tyrese Maxey 2 nights ago.
About that, was it the doubting one?
Oh, he put out a laughing emoji and then the
don't doubt us.
No, it wasn't.
I thought it was something like that.
There's the laughing emoji and
Don't
then
you doubt
the paper
us.
to the notepad, right? Like I'm keeping the receipts almost.
Okay.
And so he quote tweeted it and said, "Let me rephrase this. Don't give up on us yet. I believe in this team." Which, you know what?
I love that Maxey feels that way. That's great.
I love that you say that. My problem is I'm reading the replies, and Sixers fans should be, pro players. But, there's so many, I got you, Maxey. We're with you. We love you. This Sixers team. Oh, the doubters. Blah, blah.
The doubters.
And it's like,
stop.
Well, guys.
The doubters.
This is coming from me. At what point do you start looking? And I asked this question 2 weeks ago. At what point do you start looking at the standings and go, uh-oh? And there's people that do the whole, it's only November.
Yeah.
Okay, look.
I told you by Christmas this thing could be over.
If they were 4-9, all right.
Right.
They're 2-11.
Yes.
And trending downward. Last night, they finally have a good first half, and they blow it. Getting outscored 19 points in the third quarter.
And that was a, dare to say, effort quarter?
I don't know what it was, John.
Come on. Was there a lot of fight on that floor last night?
No, there was not.
So then that is effort. That's effort. It doesn't cost you. That costs nothing, the effort. Costs nothing.
No.
You could be an effort team that just isn't very good. That looks like they're scrapping and fighting. That third quarter looked like a rollover. I mean, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's really, really bad.
So, Sixers lose again. Have at it. That's your topic for the Sixers.
There we go.
But the Eagles discussion that we have, and this one is putting a smile on our face.
Sure.
We talked about it early in the show. We'll reset it all coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, that everything is different this year. But people still seem to be walking on eggshells. So why is that? So what is different about this year than last year? And if you are still walking on eggshells, why? 610-632-0975. What do we have on the text line, Mr. Brendan Gunn?
Yeah, we got somebody replying right to that Eagles question you posed. Tim from Ben Salem, he says, it's the eye test. They never do what the Lions did this past Sunday. I never see them destroy an opponent on any Sunday, even when they are a lot lesser of an opponent like the Jags.
You mean like Dallas the week before?
Cincinnati. New York.
Like I've seen it 3 times in the past month. I have no idea what you're watching.
The Jags game, again, the 53-man roster beat them up.
Come on,
coach.
I'm floored by that response. So, in other words, you didn't watch 3 of the games that were played in the last month.
Now, they haven't scored a 50-burger like the Lions have, but to say that
Nick Sirianni never wants to do that, though. He always
pulls
does
the starters.
He pulls the starters. By the way, I appreciate that. That's one of the things I love about Nick Sirianni.
Dude, the biggest thing about that Cowboys game was the fact that you were able to pull the starters in the fourth quarter, and look what it did for you against the Commanders. I know it was an ugly game to start, but on the short week, having your starters pulled in the fourth quarter of the previous Sunday,
it's huge.
You don't think that benefited the Eagles in the second half where they outscored the Commanders 23-11?
It's huge.
Maybe in the second half they had a little bit more gas left in the tank. Whereas the Commanders may have lost a little bit of fuel. They came out. Look, the Commanders came out that game Thursday night. We didn't really talk about this. They out-physicaled the Eagles the first half, right? And that's to your Dan Quinn knowledge that you know of him. That's exactly what he does. They out-physicaled the Eagles in the first half of that football game. But on a short week, It's kind of like the New York Knicks theory with Tom Thibodeau. You could play 82 games a year, and your players are playing 42 minutes a night. Come playoff time, you're going to be gassed. Like, that is a thing. The Commanders, they out-physicaled the Eagles the first half of that game on Thursday. But coming on a short week or off a short week, they were probably gassed in the second half. And you saw how great Saquon looked in the second half of that football game because he only had 14 carries against the Cowboys, because they beat them up. So I don't know where that texture's coming from.
I really don't. I lost on that one.
Go ahead. What else we got?
All right, we got somebody checking in on the Sixers topic, I guess, the doom. We got Bobby from Chalfont checking in. He says, this has been Joel Embiid's MO for years. He's consistently lethargic and self-centered. Still, the Sixers try to build around him. We've known for years who Joel Embiid is, and we're still not outraged at it. His greatness is drowning in selfishness and laziness.
No, I think the biggest...
I've never seen anybody get a bigger free pass.
Here's the problem.
Free pass.
If Embiid didn't play in the Olympics, it's not looking like this. If Maxey doesn't have his hamstring injury, it's not looking like this.
He would have been rehabbed.
The problem is he did play in the Olympics, and that's why he's lethargic.
Whoa. Played in the Olympics and then showed up roughly, if I'm doing the math correctly, around 7 weeks later after vacation. So if you go and if you do something like, first of all, you had vacation before the Olympics because you were out in the first round. So you had vacation. Then you play in the Olympics. And by the way, he wasn't in shape when he got to Vegas getting ready for the Olympics. He showed up not ready, the shape they wanted him in. Then he takes more vacation and then isn't ready to play and isn't ready to come to work. It's completely unacceptable, and only the sunshine and lollipops ass kissers will try to spin it any other way.
Here's a question that I have for the spinners. What are you spinning it toward?
They don't want to be wrong on what they thought Joel Embiid was.
But no,
that's what it is.
I'm saying about the whole situation that we're at right now. The Sixers are 2-11, and you know that there are people that still do the "it's only November" thing. I just read replies to Tyrese Maxey's tweet from a night ago. So they were 2-10, not 2-11. I don't think that one loss made people lose their minds last night. So if you are somebody that is spinning this in a positive, and I'm somebody that likes to look for those with the Sixers,
you do.
What is the spin that you give us? 610-632-0975. And don't just give me "it's only November." You got to give me something more than that, because that's not helping me. Johnny, coming up next, the V word is back.
Uh-oh.
It's Kincade Salciunas.
Can we say that on the radio?
97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sirianni praises Fangio. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Yuletide at the Liberty Hill Holiday Festival. This week's Fanatic Deal of the Week is half-price tickets to Yuletide at the Liberty Hill Holiday Festival. Go to 975thefanatic.com, keyword deal. Yes, the Eagles are traveling out to Los Angeles to take on the Rams this Sunday on Sunday Night Football. And they are currently on a 6-game winning streak, and they look to push it to 7 games. A big part of that win streak has been the defense, which is the number 1 total ranked defense in the NFL through 11 weeks. Head coach Nick Sirianni spoke to the media yesterday, and he had a lot of good things to say about that defensive coordinator, Vic Fangio.
Yeah, just again, his tireless work ethic. I think I've probably always, with him being as good of a coach as he's been in this league for this long, I think I probably would have been able to guess that he works his butt off, but he's always looking at tape, watching tape, looking for new ways to do things, better ways to do what he already does, and just I really admire his work ethic and how he goes about work every single day.
The Sixers played again last night, and the Sixers lost again last night. They fell to the Miami Heat by a score of 106-89. They had a 19-point lead at one point, and poof, that was gone. They blew it. Embiid was questionable and then downgraded to doubtful before the game, but he did end up playing with an illness, though he had a -22 for the night in plus-minus. The Flyers, they were also in action last night, but they also lost. They lost 3-2 to the Colorado Avalanche. Owen Tippett and Tyson Forrester each had a goal for the team. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Mike Missanelli.
When it started out this year, we're going, is Fangio really,
97.5, The Fanatic. Want to let you know about the Fanatic Deal of the Week. Get 2 single-day adult tickets to the Yuletide Liberty Hill for the price of 1. Yuletide, Johnny. Located
Yuletide,
in
baby.
Lafayette Hill. Yuletide Liberty Hill is the region's ultimate Christmas village featuring rides, boutique shopping, ice skating, live music, craft drinks, and food, and so much more. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals. And I have beef with John.
You do?
I do.
Lafayette, brother.
What did I say?
Lafayette.
Oh,
I think
sorry. Lafayette.
You gave it a Lafayette.
Brendan, as my witness,
All right, here we go.
has he not given me crap for already decorating the house?
He has.
Yes.
Relentlessly.
Relentlessly, yes, I have.
And I tried making the case like, hey, we're going away this weekend. The next weekend's Thanksgiving, so we'll be busy then. And the next weekend's my dad's
Are you
birthday,
hosting
so we'll be
Thanksgiving?
busy then. No, we will not be hosting
You will
Thanksgiving.
not be hosting Thanksgiving.
We will be heading to my parents' house for Thanksgiving, but we host Christmas Day.
Okay.
So there's a lot of stuff that we got to prepare for, and we don't have openings on our weekends. And this guy gave me crap for already decorating. However,
relentless crap.
Santa's elf has already wrapped all the presents.
For my wife, yes.
What's the difference?
I meant to tell you that because you know why? There's this gray tote that is like you can't see it. You can't see into it with a blue lid, and all the gifts are wrapped for my wife. They're in the tote. The lid's on. It's stored. I'm done.
I believed in Santa Claus until John goes and sends a picture of his wrapped gifts before two and a half months before.
Santa still comes to our house.
Yes.
There are Santa presents.
But sometimes you do stuff for your loved ones,
for my
Brendan.
loved one. But guess what? They're all wrapped. They're done. I'm finished.
You're done.
I am finished except for, of course, Santa does not believe in gambling. So he fills the stocking.
Oh, got it.
But Santa is not a Kincade, whereas in the Kincade family, gambling is sort of just, right in the DNA. So we put lottery tickets in our stockings.
I do scratch-offs for my wife.
The scratch-offs are in there.
It's actually a great.
So
it's actually a great
it's
gift.
fun. We have a good time with that.
Yeah.
So there it is. So I mean, yeah,
I
it's
never
all
won
done.
a damn thing on a scratch-off. I got one for Christy in her stocking one year. Boom, $50. I go, what the hell?
She won 50
right away. Yeah, it was awesome.
See? Yeah, that's it though. Yeah, if you need any help with that, I can help you with planning. My Christmas time is going to be peaceful and calm because I'm already done.
All right, and I'm already done decorating, so we're on the same
but the
page
decorating
here.
is not. I'm not putting Christmas ahead of Thanksgiving.
Ridiculous, man.
I love Thanksgiving.
All right, so here's what we got going on today, and in a few minutes, the V word is back. But
I didn't know it ever went away.
Here's what we're talking about. Listen, man, after you have a kid. So everything is different this year for the Philadelphia Eagles. At least we think that, right?
We do.
The talent has played to and over their level of expectations. Coordinators are better. The best players are playing. The youth movement that we wanted to see, you and I, John, before this show even started.
Yes.
We see it now on defense, and boy, has it worked. The coaching staff as a whole feels stronger.
Much stronger to me.
And then part of that goes toward Nick Sirianni, but I still question some of the decisions that he makes in game, even though he's not done anything to piss me off over the last 2 weeks. We are 14 days without an incident.
No, Nick Sirianni's been doing well. We've been praising him for it.
But it still seems like there are people that are walking on eggshells. So, what is something that's different? Brendan, I haven't heard from you on this. Johnny, you mentioned the youth movement on defense, which is exactly what we wanted, especially after what we saw last year. Brendan, what is something that feels different for you this year compared to the Eagles last year?
Yeah, to me, it sounds simple, but this team is playing with confidence and trust. The defense knows where the guys are supposed to be, so when they get beat or whatnot, they can get the right angle because someone's going to be there to have their back. Jalen Hurts trust in a check down this year, right? He doesn't have to go and get 20, 40 yards every play. Now, they still love their chunk plays, don't get me wrong.
I know they do.
But he'll check it down to Saquon Barkley, and guess what? That'll turn to a chunk play, too. He's not afraid to do that. He trusts his offense. He trusts his other playmakers this year. The defense trusts each other to be in the right spot, as opposed to last year where, you had guys freelancing, Hassan Reddick. Yep. You had guys that didn't, quite frankly, know where to be because of Sean Desai. And the coordinator said they couldn't have confidence in where to be because they didn't know where to be. They weren't put in the right position to be where they had to be. This year, it's confidence and trust, in my opinion, which is different the utmost compared to last year.
And I'm glad that you brought up the chunk plays. So let's play the clip. We didn't get to it earlier on. Here's Nick Sirianni yesterday talking about the increase in explosive plays for this Eagles offense.
it takes everybody. That's what's so cool about football. You heard me say that a million times. Football, it takes everybody. And then Kellen dialing it up at the specific time and the coaches coaching it up so all things happen. So that's just good team football, I think, that you attribute that to. And we'll look to continue to have success on those explosive plays.
So that's beautiful, Nick.
Love it, Nick.
This is where I am going to take some shots at the head coach. That's beautiful that, it's a team effort and everything's coming together and blah, blah, blah. You know what it is?
What?
And maybe I can give him credit from learning from mistakes. The obsession of chunk plays is still there, Brendan, you're right. But they're finding different ways of getting them than just throwing the ball downfield 50-50 balls. A Saquon Barkley dump-off can turn into an explosive play. What did he say a couple of weeks ago that explosive plays for them are 20 yards?
Yes.
And then they have like super explosive plays, which is like 30-plus yards.
Super explosive.
Saquon Barkley, the dump-off that Jalen Hurts threw to him over the middle of the field, which he would not have done at all last year. And not just throwing over the middle of the field. That was a check down. Saquon Barkley was there for pass protection, and then he leaked out right in the middle of the field. Nobody else was there. Jalen dumps it off to him. He got like 40 yards on that. That is an explosive play, even though the ball was only in the air for like 3 or 4 yards. It's not just Jalen Hurts having trust with guys around him. It's the coaching staff realizing, hey, to get 20 yards on a play, it doesn't have to be a 25-yard chuck downfield. It also doesn't have to be a stupid wide receiver bubble screen that still doesn't work this year. It didn't work last year. It's not working this year. They're finding new ways, and that's offensive coordinator. That's offensive minds molding together. Whatever Sirianni, Brian Johnson, Jalen Hurts conversations were going on last year, they didn't work. Kellen Moore comes in here with a different mentality, a different playbook, a different level of creativity. I know that trick play absolutely did not work for them, but creativity is not just trick plays.
But the time
creativity
of the
is mesh routes. Like there was no creativity with the offense last year. It was the same 3 or 4 plays every single time. And so, yeah, Nick, there are more explosive plays, and it's great that you're going to give credit to everybody in the world. I'm going to give credit to one man. It's Kellen Moore coming in here with a mindset, with a mentality, and also with brains when it comes to an offense, and the ability to coach Jalen Hurts into not just looking downfield all the time. What do you guys think?
You can't. It seems like you're having Revelation Day today.
No,
It seems like you're. The funny thing is, though, it's Revelation in a really good way with the Birds.
Yeah.
And it's Revelation Day with your Sixers.
Well, I've always felt this way about the Eagles. I hated how obsessed they have been with the chunk play.
But you're believing in them, though.
Yeah.
You're believing that you are absolutely convinced they've got things figured out. And they had bumps in the road earlier.
The biggest thing for me was moving toward this style of offense, which was a run first and simplifying the offense a little bit for Jalen. But then the next thing that I said, Jalen needed to make the throws.
Correct.
Because it's one thing if you have wide open receivers 5 or 6 yards off the line of scrimmage. If he's not either A, looking at them, or B, when he does throw, making the throw, then it's a moot point. But he's making the throws. And that's why his game is being uplifted. That's why this offense is being uplifted. He's not Josh Allen chucking it 60 yards down the field. I'm not asking him to be. I think they can win the way they have been playing the last couple of weeks. And it shows. That's why they're on a 6-game winning streak.
I absolutely believe what my eyes are seeing. There's nothing about the Eagles right now that I think's a mirage, and everything about the Eagles to me looks sustainable. There's nothing the Eagles are doing where I go, like if the Eagles were doing the boat race thing where they're winning by 30 points every week, I could see myself going, yeah, they're not going to be able to sustain that. Maybe they're getting too hot too early. Everything about this Eagles rebirth of their season is sustainable to me. And that makes me feel even better about where we're heading down the stretch.
You know why it's sustainable?
Explain.
The V word is back.
I'm a big fan of the V word.
So we'll get to the no, you're not.
Oh, no.
So we'll get to the text messages and calls in a second.
Not in baseball am I at.
Our Sixers discussion, it's just kind of an open floor to vent because I am in a bad way with that team right now. As everybody should be. Here's my actually one real question with the Sixers before we get to the V word. If you are somebody that is looking for or always at the positive spin. You are the positive spin zone.
Which Embiid has many people that are part of his the Embiid cult.
So what is it? What is your number one spin zone right now? And I've asked you to not give me the calendar date because I don't care what time of the year it is. I know bad basketball when I see it, and I'm watching it right now. 610-632-0975. But the V word is back, Johnny. Dave Zangaro of NBC Sports Philadelphia.
I shook his hand the other night in the press box. I'm like, thanks, Dave. I bogart your stuff for topics all the time.
Well, thank you again, Dave. Here's yesterday's headline, John. The good vibes are back
for
the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles.
Wait a minute. They're not putting Garrett Stubbs down there in his stupid overalls down there in the Mike Trout seats, are they?
No, the overalls are on the linemen.
Oh. No, well,
Landon Dickerson rocks the overall.
They belong in overalls.
Oh.
They look like overalls guy. Landon Dickerson does his own yard work. He mows his own lawn. He does his own tilling.
That's a good point. You don't think Garrett Stubbs tills?
No, I don't. I don't think Garrett Stubbs tills.
So I'm gonna read you some lines from the story. The vibes are good again. It's tough to live and die by vibes or feelings because they're important but can't be manufactured. But the best Eagles teams of the last decade had that it factor. The 2017 and 2022 Super Bowl teams had something special about them. And something special might be brewing again. Now, one of the things that I loved about Dave Zangaro's piece is because it's something that I said earlier this week, or on Friday, because they played last Thursday. Seeing the team come together and celebrate after a Reed Blankenship interception, a touchdown by somebody. And it's not just Nick Sirianni sprinting down the sideline the way that he does.
Right.
It's the teams coming together. And I remember in 2017, remember the electric slide?
Yep.
And the
bowling.
And the bowling. But the electric slide was great because remember the play got overturned and then they turned the ball over again like 2 or 3 plays later. So they redid the electric slide. Like that is something where when you have a fun locker room, sometimes it's choreographed or sometimes it just happens because you're connecting. You're clicking. And I know connecting is one of the core values of Nick Sirianni. And man, does it pain me to say something positive about the core values because it makes my skin crawl every time I hear him say it. But that connection that this Eagles team has right now, or vibe, so if you don't want to say the V word, say the C word. The connection that this Eagles team has, and that's the C word I'm talking about, people, the Eagles have it right now.
They do.
And obviously winning is a big deal, but before anybody says winning's the best medicine, where was it last year? They were 10-1, and I did not see fun. How many times did we talk about them?
They didn't look fun.
Not Jeff McLane reporting that they're the most miserable locker room. How many times did you see Jalen Hurts just sitting there? They'd be up 2 scores, and he's just sitting there looking miserable.
Yes.
And it was the whole team. It wasn't just Jalen.
He's a grumpy Gus. At times. It happens.
So here's another line. Remember all the talk about fun last year?
Yep.
The Eagles were winning, but it seemed like everyone was tense. Some players were gritting through their teeth and saying we are having fun through forced smiles. None of it has felt forced this year. They really are enjoying themselves. Good vibes can't turn a bad team into a good one, but they can help turn a good team into a great one. And this is Dave Zangaro, by the way, who is in the locker room every day. So he's not just seeing the vibes that we see on the field, the celebration, Reed Blankenship having an interception, the team coming together, pretending to be Cowboys in Dallas Stadium, right? No, Dave is also inside the locker room after a game, at home, on the road, throughout the week of practice, talking to players on the side, talking to players behind a mic, talking to players on a camera. He's seeing that there's something going on inside this locker room that's special.
I can feel it.
I can too.
I can feel it. I can watch it. I can believe it. And honestly, you take care of business this weekend, this team is they're sitting so pretty. This Rams game's a difficult little putt. I really do. I think this is going to be more dangerous than a lot of people think it's going to be. But if you can get past this week, I'm telling you right now, There's a lot to like about where this team would be sitting. If this team goes to 9-2, 13 is almost a guarantee.
Yeah. So
and then you're in great shape.
So you cool with
and the vibes help.
You cool with the V word?
Yeah, I am, because it's not Garrett Stubbs. It's not some Scribini that is supposedly on the roster because that's what his job is.
Yeah.
It's the leaders
Chief
of the
vibes officer.
It's
man.
the leader of the team that is getting it done.
The CVO, man. Chief vibes officer.
Guess what? That'll be changed.
No vibes with the Sixers right now.
This week they got to make a decision on Garrett
They
Stubbs.
do. And,
okay,
Austin Hayes.
Do me a favor. Keep an eye on it for me.
We'll let you
and
know.
alert me the minute you know. The minute you know, because I'm telling you, without those vibes, you might not be able to go win. Without those vibes, you might lose. Without those, I can't even think what those vibes meant. Yeah, I can't even think of a reason. What did those vibes do?
I popped champagne the day Tobias Harris was no longer a Sixer. I imagine Johnny will do that when Stubbsy is gone.
And you know what, though? He by the way, he had a better year last year.
He did.
He did
All
have
right,
a better
we
year.
have a text message in comparison to the Phillies.
Yeah, ironically, somebody brought up the Phillies in the middle of November, comparing them to the Eagles. Chris in Kintersville. I'm skeptical.
I don't even know what that is.
Me neither. It sounds made up, but hopefully the people out there are having a good holiday season. I'm only skeptical of the Eagles because the Phillies, and I know I can't compare two different sports, but they did the same thing last year, and they did it again in this year's playoffs. I think the Eagles have to go out there and prove they're not last year's team in the postseason and continue this winning record before I change my mind and think they're going to be a disappointment again.
Okay. I'm pro Eagles vibes right now.
Yes.
I'm pro
all
Eagles
in,
vibes.
yeah.
Now you said Kintnersville?
I've never
Yes.
heard of it.
So Kintnersville
Where is it?
is an hour and 16 minutes away from here. So it's in Bucks County, but according to Google,
Where they're having counting issues.
it is an unincorporated community in Bucks County.
Okay.
I don't know what the hell that means. So they just running rogue out there in Kintnersville?
Unincorporated, I believe. I don't even know what that means.
I've never heard that terminology.
I have heard the term. I'm not sure what
Well,
that
they're
means.
just running rogue, dude. They're doing whatever the hell they want in Kintnersville.
An unincorporated community is a settled area that is not legally incorporated as a city or town. It is therefore not served by an incorporated city.
Okay. But they can hear the Fanatic. That's all I care about. You got a meter?
Yeah, I mean, it works.
610-632-0975. Let's go to Derek in North Philly. Derek, you're on the Fanatic.
What's up, Derek?
You know I got to call y'all when y'all drive me crazy, right?
Good.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Listen, man. Listen, and I know y'all going to get on me. It's 70 games left.
Dude.
Nick Nurse is,
There we go.
Have you watched?
Hold on. Let him say it.
All right, go ahead.
Let me
Go
talk.
on.
All Nick Nurse is doing, if you look, he's trying out these other guys. If all of them were healthy, none of those other guys would get time. He just now gave Reggie Jackson some tech the other day. Reggie Jackson got game. He got to see what these dudes look like. Council just now getting time. Look at what he's doing. You see, he's sitting drumming a lot. He got to see what these other dudes got right now, because once all of them get healthy, none of those dudes are going to get no time.
Can I ask you something?
It'll be too late.
Can I ask you
It's
something?
not going to. It's 70 games.
Can I ask you something?
Yes, you can.
You said Reggie Jackson's got game. I like Reggie Jackson. Nice little pickup. If he's got so much game and you said he's finally getting time, why has he not played in the last two games? Zero minutos.
Now, let me ask you this. Is he better than, is Council better
No.
than
He asked your question.
I'm asking you, if Nick Nurse, if you think he's got game, then I
Go
imagine
ahead.
Nick Nurse thinks it, but Nick Nurse has not played him since that 27-minute performance against
So
the
that
Cavs.
works against your
Right.
theory.
No, wait. No, it does not. Listen, because he's got to try these other guys out.
What?
He has to.
They're getting blown out in
Yeah, dude,
games. They have
they're-
plenty of
they're
time to try
2-11.
anybody out.
Blown out. The Cavs Cleveland only beat them by 9 points with nobody. Nobody
They're not
there.
playing close games, dude. Come
9
on.
games. Cleveland should have blew them out.
There's here's all
Derek,
Derek, here's all you need to know. Again, they have to play 23 games over 500 to avoid the play-in tournament, and only 4 NBA teams last year, Sixers weren't one of them, managed to play that level.
But listen, now you telling me? Let me ask you this: doesn't B show up in the playoff when he's there? Be honest.
Not all the time. No, half the time.
Look, he did last year. He did last year against the Knicks.
Not every game he did.
The only time he didn't show up is when Harden was here and corrupted his mind. Ever since Harden left, and y'all know he show up at every game.
Derek,
He's averaging 28 points.
Listen, Derek, we appreciate the call,
Thank you,
brother.
Derek.
And look, I would love
Derek.
to be there with you. But like we're talking about, he's trying to find out who he's got. That's what training camp and preseason's for. They're 2-11, dude. At some point, you got to start figuring out what you have and not, or you have to know what you have. And like Reggie Jackson, if he's so good, then why is he not played in the last 2 games? I don't know, man.
It's just the excuses just continue. Seriously.
They're 2-11 and looking
good.
bad. And like, yeah, they played the Cavs tight. You know why? The Cavs probably looked at that team and said, "Oh, no Embiid, no Paul George. All right, we got this." They took them lightly. And then what happened in the fourth quarter? Donovan Mitchell goes, "All right, guys, I got this." They didn't miss. And they lost. Teams take other teams lightly at times when the best players are out. It's kind of a thing in sports. All right, coming up next, we continue talking about everything that makes us happy. But there is still a concern on Johnny's mind that
Big
Nick
time. Sirianni
was asked about the longevity of younger players yesterday. Hear his answer next. It is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports.
7:32 on Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic on a Tuesday, which of course means Jeff McLane at 8:10. We'll talk to him about the Eagles' victory this past Thursday against the Commanders. We haven't talked to him, obviously, since that game happened. And we start looking ahead a little bit because now you start schedule watching and standing watching. We've been looking at the standings a little bit over the last couple of weeks, but now you start looking at seeding. I mean, we've gotten to that point of the season. We're midway through November.
I love it.
Oh, dude, I'm kind of sad that it's already
No. I'm
week
loving
11.
It. I'm loving it because it's, the years you care about it is the years your team's not that good. When your team's good, you're like, every week's getting me closer to where it really matters.
That's absolutely true.
So exciting.
So we'll get to the text messages coming up in a little bit. Our Eagles discussion is what feels different this year compared to last year. And if you're still walking on eggshells, why? And then the Sixers discussion. If you want to vent, have at it. If you are the person that does the positive spin, tell us what it is. Our man Derek, last segment, his positive spin is that Nick Nurse is just looking for guys. And that's why he's playing everybody, which I understand. But when you're 2-11, you need to start winning some basketball games.
Correct. Stop it.
You're not looking for who might play.
And if he was looking at all the guys, he'd be playing some of these guys significantly more than he is.
Yeah. They're 2-11.
Thanks for Jared McCain, though.
Yeah, seriously.
Very exciting.
Now, before we get to our texts, let's play a clip for you because, Johnny, you've been worried about the longevity of the younger players, which is a legitimate
It's my number one concern.
Yeah, legitimate concern. Here was Nick Sirianni yesterday talking about just that.
I think the best way to get better at football is playing football, right? And so the practice is critical, right? Us practicing hard on Wednesday, Thursday, obviously take it a little bit lighter on Friday is critical to help us continue to get better with our fundamentals like blocking and block destruction and tackling and taking care of the football and taking the football away. And so you intend to get better, but there's a fine line in the sense of, hey, we got to keep getting better through practice and playing games and also keeping guys fresh through the long haul. So everybody's a little bit different depending on what they're going through, what their history's been. Everyone has an individualized plan. Everybody's thought of individually to make sure that those things are taken care of again. So if they have to do extra fundamentals, then we do extra fundamentals. If they have to have a little extra or less practice time because they're dealing with something or they have a big load the game before, then we handle that as well. A lot of science goes into that, but we got to continue to get better at football, and to do that, you got to play.
Does he have his own science, like his own chart? I'm sorry. Is that unfair?
Yeah, that's unfair.
I do have a question, though. So does that make you feel any better or worse? Or are you just going to have to?
Makes you feel a little better.
Okay.
The only thing is, though, is his point can be correct and my concern can be just as correct. The idea that you do learn by playing.
Yeah.
But a lot of these guys, by playing, the wear and tear, they're not used to it. They're used to playing. Look, when if you just took the Georgia Dogs guys, they play a lot of games down there at Georgia because they advance at an SEC title game, bowl games, everything. But they're also used to having 7 games a year, 8 games a year where they can just truck the opponent.
Yeah.
That's the difference. Every week in the NFL, it's a battle.
And you look at the corners, the Eagles' corners, look at who they've been going up against the last couple of weeks in terms of the wide receivers.
There is a big deal, though, about the secondary guys. And after reading more about it, I'm not worried about Quignon and DeJean.
Yeah,
I'm worried about the guys up front.
Yeah, that's where it's more physical.
Have we heard anything on Milton Williams, by the way?
I have not, but I think that's a good thing.
So you do think it's a good thing?
Yeah.
We'll find out something today or tomorrow.
Tomorrow's injury
Tomorrow
report,
we'll find
yeah.
out. Tomorrow we'll find out. That does concern me because it was weird because I know how much he dives into this. Bill Colarulo just dives into all this stuff.
Yeah.
I watch Milton Williams more because of the fact that Bill Colarulo was always talking about him.
Yeah.
And I see what Bill sees.
Yeah.
Like, I see what he sees, and he has been a nice part of what they've gotten done
Absolutely,
this year.
and Vic Fangio's doing a great job rotating. Now, I have a question, and I don't mean to attack Nick Sirianni. And as our buddy Adam Schefter has told me numerous times, this year is this year, last year is last year.
Okay.
And we're literally doing a topic today of what's different this year compared to last year. And I love that answer from Nick Sirianni. But he says it with such conviction, whereas last year they weren't doing any of it. They weren't practicing midweek.
No.
They weren't doing physical practices. I remember Jalen Hurts during a press conference saying, if you keep on practicing the same way, you're going to get the same results. This is when things were going poorly.
Right.
Sidney Brown said it at one point last year, and this is a rookie. And Nick Sirianni always mentioned the Club Med thing. Last year, in between games, they may as well have left the country at times. They weren't practicing. And the whole, I believe playing more football makes you better at football, then how come the young players last year didn't play? To the point where Howie Roseman, in the end of season press conference, had to say that the young players needed to play.
Guys, yes.
So I'm glad that Nick Sirianni, you mentioned that today's like a revelation show for me.
Right.
I'm glad that Nick's having it. But why did he speak on such conviction last year, and now he's speaking on such conviction this year? You know who Nick Sirianni is?
Who?
He's the person that always goes with the latest trend, the latest diet, the latest clothing, the latest this, the latest that. He obsesses with it. He dives into it.
Okay.
He was anti-pre-snap motion last year. Now, Kellen Moore's the best thing since sliced bread. He was anti-practice last year. Oh, now we practice physical Wednesday and Thursday every single week. Why were you so anti last year and you're so different this year? I think he follows trends or his own trend. He's a trendy person.
Okay, here's where I wish. This is going to surprise you. In that way, I wish I was more like Nick Sirianni. Because I'm more cautious to try things.
Okay.
Like this year, my New Year's resolution from last year. And I've managed to make it because my daughter challenged me to it. Try something different every month. Do something that I haven't done before. Try something I haven't done before. Everything, because I tend to go, here's what I like. I'm doing the things I like. So part of me admires that about Nick.
But I kind of don't believe anything he says, is what I'm getting at. Because
I'm not there on that.
Last year it was like, oh, well, football's a physical sport. We can't keep on practicing during the week, blah, blah. And now this year it's, yeah, man, we got to keep being physical. And the best way to learn to play football is by keep on playing football. When you did the opposite last year. I can't believe some of the things that he's saying.
I think I'm more along the lines of maybe it takes him a long time. He's slow on the uptake. That maybe I'll take him at his word and he learns and he gets better by learning. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I'm not trying to be unfair, but it's just like,
no, I understand.
Like I hear that clip and I go, yeah. Why not last year? And you were so adamant about it last year. They did nothing at practice.
Okay.
How many times did you hear the beat reports that were there every day? Yeah, today's practice was like 37 minutes long. Like, why was last year so different?
All right, let me ask you this. If your bride did something that really consistently pissed you off.
She's never done that if she's listening.
Well, let's just say if she did.
If she's not, that's
and you
every
asked
day.
her and you asked her to literally, could you stop it?
Yeah.
Could you stop doing that? I really don't appreciate it. And she then displayed completely different behaviors. Would you ever say to her, yeah, I know you're doing it now, but I don't really believe that this is what you want to do? You'd say, thank you.
Unless she reverts back to it the very next month.
But he hasn't done that. He hasn't done that.
Until next year's trend is let's not practice again.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I'm giving him credit for doing it.
But you're not giving him the benefit of the doubt.
I just don't get why it's drastically different than last year.
Because of the fact that he got taken to the principal's office, almost lost his job.
Well, and that's why I took the jab of, is his science just like his chart?
Well, I think what it is they brought adults in to work with him, and maybe he's learning from them. You know what I mean?
He is. All right.
Maybe.
No, he is, I think. Coming up next, we will hear from you, but also, dude, the clown show that is going on in Dallas.
Oh, it's bad.
And not just on the field. I have historic on-the-field numbers for the Dallas Cowboys. And then, of course, what happened pregame in Jerry's World. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. 8:47 on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic. Our man Jeff McLane, not Andrew Zachecko. Jeff McLane joins us coming up at 8:10. We have today's headlines with Brendan Gunn. Connor Thomas out sick today. He should be back tomorrow. But before we get back to our text messages on today's topics here locally, it's always fun to laugh at clown shows, especially when it's in Dallas.
That's the best kind.
So first, I'll start on the field. They lose again last night to the Houston Texans. The only good thing they have going for them is Brandon Aubrey, who, by the way, made a 64-yarder that got waved off because of a penalty, and it still hit the back net. Like, he would have been good from 67, 68 yards. He would have broke the record. Now, the Cowboys on the field have trailed by at least 20 points at some point in their game in 6 straight home games.
Okay, that's outrageous.
That is an NFL record.
It's outrageous.
John.
Yes.
The Dallas Cowboys, the team that, look, won the division last year and then just had a horrific offseason.
By the way, they were the best team at home when Mike McCarthy was coach. Before this year, they had the best home record under McCarthy.
Yeah.
And now it's all falling apart. It's not even close.
I saw a tweet of all the teams in professional sports, baseball, basketball, hockey, football.
Right.
Soccer may have been on there. I don't remember. The question was, have you won a home game since last November? And it's a big circle around every professional team in the United States except for one team, and it's the Dallas Cowboys.
I love it.
Because the Cowboys have yet to win a home game this year. And in 6 straight home games, they've trailed by at least 20 points, which is an NFL record. Now, I mentioned the Brandon Aubrey 64-yarder. That probably would have been good from 67, 68. It helps to do that inside a dome.
Yes.
Now, the problem with Jerry's World is they didn't want it to be a dome yesterday. They did not want it to be enclosed.
Well, it was a nice day, though.
For the first time in 2 years, they tried opening the roof. Now, question, before we tell the people what happened, isn't there maintenance checks?
Yeah.
Like, you may not have opened it up for a Cowboys game.
Those things have to be maintained.
But, like, you know, in June, July, you see the weather report. Oh, it's going to be a sunny day. Let's just open the roof to check it.
Okay.
See how it's doing. No, they haven't done that in over 2 years. As they were opening the roof yesterday for the first time in over 2 years, pieces of metal were falling from the roof.
It was a giant piece of metal.
No, giant pieces.
But it was thin, but like no more than a couple inches thick. But they say dropping from that
Yes.
thing, it could have decapitated somebody.
So
It could have, like the speed it comes down at, the weight of it, it could have taken somebody's head off.
And when they were opening the roof, players weren't on the field yet, but there were people getting like tours of the building.
Yes.
There was somebody said, like, I remember I saw a video like, welcome to AT&T Stadium. And this thing is literally pieces of metal are falling from the sky. Dude, it's a clown show in Dallas. I love every second of it. I'm glad nobody got hurt, but I love every second of this right now.
We were there for the Super Bowl. I'm trying to remember which Super Bowl matchup it was. But it was at Jerry's World. It was their first Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Dallas got hit with snow and ice storm that week.
Okay.
While we were there. So it was like the people in Dallas were totally crippled.
Yeah.
Well, Jerry's World had not been built with the proper worrying about snow and ice on the roof.
Of course they weren't.
And if you can go back and read the story, a giant section of snow ice that was one big piece fell near the media entrance.
Oh, my God.
And they said it was probably anywhere from 70 to 90 pounds.
Of snow.
The section of snow caked over into ice.
Yeah, sheet of ice, yeah.
That finally broke free when the sun got at it, and it fell in one piece. And it would have crushed somebody, could have killed somebody. Oh, my God. Right near the media entrance where you were going into the stadium.
And all of this is happening a week after their players were blinded in the middle of a game against the Eagles.
The league's got to step in with that from now on.
They haven't stepped in on MetLife.
I can't imagine.
So I doubt that they're going to step in here, man.
Put up curtain. You have curtains. No, you have curtains.
They did it for the
Use
fight.
them.
They did
Right.
it for the fight the other night.
They did it for the fight. They do it for concerts. They do it for use the curtains.
Unbelievable.
It's ridiculous.
All right, what do we have on the text line, Gunner, on any of our topics today?
Yeah, we got Dan in Central Jersey checking in. He says people have PTSD from last year's collapse, and they refuse to admit this team has rounded the corner and is a totally different team from last year. That's why they're walking on eggshells.
Okay, but again, our main topic today, and then the question is, why are you still walking on eggshells? The main topic is, it feels different than last year. Everything seems different than last year. What are some of the differences that come to your mind? So all these things that we point to are legitimate differences.
They are.
The coordinators, it's not like, oh, Sean Desai has another year of experience. No, Sean Desai was replaced by Vic Fangio, who had 30-plus more years of experience and success in the NFL.
Yes.
Kellen Moore, success over Brian Johnson, right? Talent is more there offensively with Saquon Barkley. The players on defense are younger and more talented. So I understand the collapse, but this team, this culture, this everything has nothing to do with last year's collapse. Nothing.
Not at all. No. In fact, I do wonder, though, all the people who talk about culture and everything like that, I said it to them last year. I'm like, what did the culture mean last year?
It meant nothing.
No, it meant nothing.
But this year, it's clearly different.
Yes,
that's why when Dave
it's
Zangaro
different.
writes the piece about the vibes, about celebrations, which I pointed out last week, I love it.
Could this team, and it's not a shot in any way, shape, or form, but could this team maybe feel a little different when large personalities like Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox exited? That maybe it allows other guys to be more themselves and to show what they can do in leadership and everything like that?
I also, we talked about it. Maybe there were some whispers that some of the younger players weren't listening to the older players, which
Right.
that's on their own. That's their own fault. Like, I'm still a puppy in this industry.
Sure.
If you or anybody that's been in the industry for 30-plus years wants to give me advice, I better freaking listen to it.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you have to follow it.
Right, but I better listen
But
to
you
it.
have to listen to
And
it.
there were some whispers
Right.
that words weren't being listened to.
And when you listen to me sometime, if you do accept that, sky's the limit.
I tattooed my eyelids with eyeballs to make sure John thinks I'm still awake. when he
Sky's
talks
the
to
limit
me.
for you, kid.
By the way, speaking of the sky, I want to thank Mark who just sent me this. The Houston Texans, after the win last night,
Yeah.
put out a lookout below,
Oh,
and it
geez.
was they made the metal awnings in the shape of an L.
Oh boy.
That's actually kind of awesome.
Oh boy.
All right, coming up next, we have today's headlines with Brendan Gunn. We have Jeff McLane coming up at 8:10, and we'll read some more of your texts. And I want to hear from you positive spin zone Sixers. I'm usually one of you, not right now, but what is the positive spin you're going to try to give us? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Vic Fangio gets all the praise. I'm Brandon Gunn, and this update is brought to you by the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs. Veterans exposed to toxins while serving at home or abroad may be eligible for VA care and disability payments. Apply now at choose.va.gov. The Eagles will look to push their current win streak to 7 games this coming Sunday when they travel across the country to Los Angeles to take on the Rams on Sunday Night Football. A big part of that win streak so far is the defense, which is the number 1 ranked total defense in the NFL through 11 weeks. Head coach Nick Sirianni spoke to the media yesterday, and this is what he had to say, and he gave Vic Fangio a ton of credit.
Yeah, just again, his tireless work ethic. I think I've probably always, with him being as good of a coach as he's been in this league for this long, I think I probably would have been able to guess that he works his butt off, but he's always looking at tape, watching tape, looking for new ways to do things, better ways to do what he already does, and just to really admire his work ethic and how he goes about work every single day.
The Sixers played again last night, and the Sixers lost again last night. They fell to the Miami Heat by a score of 106-89. Joel Embiid was listed as doubtful before the game with an illness, but he did played 31 minutes, but he was a minus 22 while on the court. Jared McKean, though, he scored 20 points, so his successful rookie season continues to impress. And the Flyers, they were also in action last night, but they fell to the Colorado Avalanche 3-2. Owen Tippett and Tyson Forster each had a goal. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
on Kincade Salciunas on this Tuesday morning. We hope that you have a safe drive into work today. Our man Jeff McLane will be joining us coming up in about 10 minutes. Today's headlines with Brendan Gunn at 8:05. But I would like to sneak in a couple more texts. Do we have any texts about the positive spin, Brendan? Because I'm curious. Our main topics today, everything feels different this year than last year when it comes to the Eagles. If you're still walking on eggshells, why? Answer that for us. But the Sixers topic, it's either vent, which I am doing today, be miserable, which I am also doing today, or on the flip side, there's the positive spin zone that people still do. And I asked you for one thing, not to give me the calendar. The reason why I snapped at our man Derek 3 seconds in was they've only played 13 games. I don't care. Have you watched a good brand of basketball in 13 games? You have not. And do you believe that's automatically going to flip at some point? I don't see it. Until it's kind of like the Eagles thing earlier this year with me. Until I started seeing the offense be more consistent with the offense that I wanted to see, and I've now since gotten that offense and I've seen it more consistent, okay, go Birds. I believe that this team's legit. Until I actually see the Sixers put together like 4 or 5 good games, I don't even need them to go 5-0. Just play competitive basketball. Don't give up 19-point leads in the third quarter. Don't do that.
Okay, the Sixers have, again, I told you the January 5th date that Keith Weingard sent us yesterday.
Yeah.
The morning of January 5th. And I told you I think that there's a great chance that the Eagles will have more wins. A great chance that the Eagles will have more wins. They're up by 6 now. The Eagles have a 6, and they only play once a week. They have a 6-game lead in wins. I'm telling you right now, look at what's coming in December, including that dreaded West Coast Disney on Ice stuff.
Well, and here's the problem.
And I mean, are you feeling optimistic?
Here's the problem. They're so bad right now.
The Chicken Little folks are the folks you need to be listening to.
That's you.
Listen to Chicken Little.
The problem is they have some games where they are absolutely the better basketball team.
Yep.
But
they
they
do.
have not played well. They
Nope.
should beat. If I were to do W's and L's, I'm not going to.
You don't do that.
They should beat the Grizzlies, Nets, Rockets, Hornets, Magic.
No, they should be beating
Bulls.
all these.
They play the Hornets and Magic 4 times in a span of 2 weeks. Like, they should beat those teams, or at least go 3-1. They should beat the Spurs, the Jazz, like the Trailblazers, who suck. And that leads you into January. But the thing is, the Sixers suck right now. So I can't say, oh, that's a win. Because the Sixers already lost to the Pistons earlier this year. They've already lost to the likes of the Grizzlies. What do we got on the text line? Do we have any positive spins?
Yeah, we got somebody checking in, and it's kind of echoing a similar sentiment to Dave Zangaro. It's Ed and Delco checking in. He says, it sounds simple, but this team just looks to be having more fun again. They celebrate big plays, and more importantly, they celebrate each other's big plays. There's hardly any more moments like last year, Jalen Hurts sitting there stone-faced, like when Jake Elliott hit the game-winning field, or he said game-winning field goal. It was the one that sent it into overtime against the Bills.
Yeah. All right, so you meant, I meant Sixers, if we have any Sixers positive spins, because...
Oh, okay. My bad.
Because when you start talking about they look like they were having more fun, I was like, who is having fun on the Sixers other than Jared McCain on his TikToks?
Okay, I thought you were talking about what looks different this year, positive with the Eagles. My bad. No, there's no positive text on the Sixers. None.
Oh, wow, that's actually scary, but surprising, and also I'm kind of proud.
The IQ of our listenership makes me happy. That makes me happy. Because if you're hearing people coming on behind a microphone, on their Twitter accounts or whatever, trying to spin something like, oh, it'll all be fine. My God, it's early. Forget it. I've just given you the numbers.
Yeah, there's a lot of text on the Sixers.
I mean,
It's not positive.
And the thing is why bluff yourself? Like, this is going to be, if they dig out of this hole, it is going to be a monumental dig out. It's going to be, and it would be absolutely awesome.
If they
to
do
applaud.
it, we're celebrating it nonstop.
It would be awesome.
But seriously,
but we're not here. We're not here to lick boots.
Go to the Maxey tweet from 2 nights ago and just read some of the replies. It's people that are like, yeah, you guys got this. Why are you doing that to yourself?
Because I've said it to you before.
I know you have.
They don't want to change their opinion on Joel Embiid. They had an opinion on Joel Embiid. They thought Joel Embiid's going to work. It's going to be all great. And so they refused to go, you know what? When history is finished, I'm going to end up on the wrong side of history with this, but I'm going to go down while the building's on fire. I'm going to just continually to excuse make because I just don't want to admit that I was wrong. You can say it. The word isn't hard. Wrong. I'm wrong all the time. And I'm glad to tell you when I'm wrong. But if you keep on doubling down on this and being like, yeah, it's fun, or, boy, Embiid's put upon. Really? Really? If you're excuse making for what he did to this franchise this year, you are kissing backside. And you need chapstick because you are kissing butt. Because when he had a chance, there's no new injury, the Sixers told you. When he had a chance to spend last offseason to get ready for the season you are now suffering through, he decided to do something self-indulgent and just for him. Oh, and then when that was over, then followed with 7 weeks of vacation. Stop it. Be honest with the people. Stop licking boots. Stop kissing behinds. And say what it is. It's unfreaking acceptable.
It's time now for today's headlines with Brendan Gunn.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Hi, Gunner.
Whoa.
What's going on?
What's up, Gunner?
The hockey team was in action last night, but that might not have been the story of the night for a lot of people because I don't know if you guys saw it. There was a collision. Scary story last night with an NHL ref. His name was Mitch Dunning. Collided with Josh Manson of the Avalanche. But good news coming out of that story. Apparently, it was just precautionary. Everything's fine. He's moving in his extremities, and they expect him to be fine going forward.
Yeah, it was scary.
It was scary because it didn't even look like that hard of a hit. But, man, if you get hit in the right spot sometimes, and plus, it's an NHL player who's built like a brick, right? And that guy's a referee, probably in good shape. He's got to skate all day. But if you get hit in the right spot at the right time, I mean, it could be dangerous. Look, we saw what happened to DeMar Hamlin. Now, this is obviously a little bit different, but
that was scary as hell.
Right place, wrong time, or wrong place, right time. However you want to phrase it. Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, it was a scary moment, but I just wanted to let everybody know out there he's all right.
Good to know.
Moving on to the hot stove, picking up in 3 weeks. Everyone knows the big fish on the market. It's Juan Soto. Is it possible the Dodgers are really going to go out and get this guy? They're sitting down with him today. Can the rich get richer? And is there any hope for the Phillies?
They can do whatever the hell they want.
Well, because of the way that they structured Ohtani, they can do whatever they want.
Ohtani's getting paid for the next 95 years.
Ohtani is it was a brilliant strategy on the Dodgers' part.
So is Mookie Betts, by the way.
Yeah, I mean
Mookie Betts is he has a what's the guy's name from the Mets?
Steve Cohen?
Bobby Bonilla Day.
Bobby Bonilla.
Mookie Betts gets that contract too.
Well, I would say to you is that there's there's a plan that Howie Roseman manages cap and does things, and we always wonder why don't other teams follow suit. The Dodgers have set a standard, and it looks like they're going to potentially try to make it go again.
And I will guess that they're not going to get him because I know Soto wants to be on the East Coast. That's part of the reason why he wasn't going to stay with the Padres.
You know what's funny is no one can point to where he's ever said anything of that sort.
John Heyman's been reporting on it for 2 years.
But he
John Heyman's bored.
He hasn't.
John Heyman's bored.
I got you. I think he wants leverage.
Maybe.
I think he wants more people at the table. Don't believe if you don't believe anything, don't believe anything that comes out of his mouth.
I just feel very, very comfortable in saying I don't think he signs with the Dodgers. If he does, the one thing is he might as well not even play the season.
He's not here. He's not coming here.
Yeah, I know they're going to schedule a meeting.
He's not coming.
But we'll see. All right. Anything else before we get to Jeff McLane?
Yeah, I'll replay the question about the eggshells. I just want to toss something out there for you guys. So here's the question.
But I also have a question to follow up on, John. People are still walking on eggshells with this team. I don't know.
I have no idea.
No, I can't understand why either because this team's completely different than last year. But when I think about teams in the city like the Phillies, I think they get a pass because of their likability, right? People love Bryce Harper. People love Kyle Schwarber.
Sure.
The two guys on the head of the Eagles' billboards and everything is Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. I think they're kind of pretty polarizing in the city, and I think the people that don't want to buy in on that team and all the positive things going on don't want to buy in on Sirianni.
Yeah,
or
I think
Jalen
that's
Hurts.
a fair point. Look, I'm still taking shots at Sirianni randomly throughout this show.
Sure.
Because I just don't get why his mentality changes so drastically. I think he follows trends. He's a team.
He does.
He's a high schooler. Yeah, I had the long hair at one point. Everybody was doing the long hair. I had the long hair, right? Nick Sirianni, we don't practice hard during the season. Then this year, we practice hard during the season, Wednesdays and Thursdays, physical practices. He speaks as if they do that all the time, which they don't.
Which they do
or they
not.
had not in years past. But to Brendan Gunn's point, I think he's onto something that because it's Hurts and Sirianni, who a lot of people were out on, not all of us. I was out on Sirianni, not Jalen Hurts. A lot of people also like to be right.
Right.
I'm not saying that's me. I want to be wrong. I want Sirianni to be the next Bill Belichick.
No, you want him to be right.
Yeah.
You want him to be right.
Yes. But I'm sure there's a lot of people like that. All right, good job, Gunner. Again, Connor Thomas out with an illness today. He was out right away yesterday. Listed as questionable, downgraded out pretty quickly. All right, let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. From the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com. And, of course, check out his incredible podcast, Uncovering the Birds. Our man Jeff McLane joins us. Jeff, good morning. How are we today?
Good morning, Andrew and John. How are you?
What's going on?
We are doing wonderful. It's obviously more than 2 days removed, like we're used to. Eagles played last Thursday against the Commanders. So would like to get some of your first thoughts on that Eagles victory. And for the first time all season, it seems like people can finally say they beat a team of note.
Yeah, I mean, I thought going into Cincinnati and beating Joe Burrow and the Bengals was pretty, and the way they beat him was a good win. But yeah, this was probably, I guess, the best team that they have played aside from the opener against the Packers and beat this season. So that is a positive, and they have a couple of tests coming up here the next few weeks, or the next 4 weeks, that could go a longer way in showing, the validity of their opportunities in the postseason and beyond.
What's the best thing you've seen since the bye week in the turnaround?
It's a good question. I just think it's what Nick Sirianni and Kellen Moore have done to the offense, and just kind of accepted who they were or who they are, and just became more of a run-based offense, and they haven't really gotten away from it. Maybe a little bit in Dallas in that first half, but sometimes the way defense is playing you will dictate how you want to call the plays there. But maybe a little bit, and also in the first half of the Washington game. But I think Saquon still had 15 carries. I mean, they still had Jalen, I think, dropped back 23 times. To me, that's too many times in the first half. But their willingness to do that and to stick with it, and to realize that this is the way that we have to go moving forward. Especially when you have, there can be some resistance to it, based upon how much you're paying your quarterback. Resistance to it when you have two receivers that are quality, at the quality of an A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. But like Nick did in 2021 when they did the similar thing. This has kind of saved the season.
Jeff, has Bryce Huff bought into his role of playing 30-40% of the snaps, sometimes less?
I'm pretty sure that he's not happy he's not playing less, but I think the risk has certainly factored into why he isn't playing as much recently. I mean, it was kind of happening a little bit before that they weren't really playing much on rundowns, on rundowns, certainly when they had the five-man front. They haven't really been playing much of the five-man front of late, so you've seen him not even out in those scenarios when you're expecting them to run the ball. But the rest of the factor is wearing a cast on it. But I think it's also just an indication that they just see him as a pass rusher, like on obvious pass downs. When you get both feet in the ground, that's pretty much been his role, and it's not just him. Jordan Davis has had his snaps cut into a little bit. You see him just primarily on run obvious downs, and that's played a factor in why the defense has played so well since the bye.
Saquon Barkley, he's been just. You almost can run out of adjectives to describe him. Do you believe that there are teams on their, sort of in the future here, that are going to just say, we're not going to let him get his?
Eventually, that's going to happen. That happened a little bit the last few weeks, I thought. Certainly against Washington. I mean, they did a really good job of kind of bottling him up in that first half. And they're going to say, yeah, Jalen beat us. And Jalen, as we all know, has kind of been a little up and down, especially early in games. So, yeah, but there's sometimes, if you just say, hey, this is what we're running and try and stop us. We have a great offensive line. We have just mountain movers, especially on the left side with Jordan Mailata and Landon Dickerson. Yeah, just, we're coming at you and try and stop us. It's not just the O-line. Obviously, Saquon can get a lot of yards after contact. He's averaging 4 yards after contact since the bye. So, they're going to try and stop him, I guess, to some extent. But, if I'm the Eagles, I don't necessarily get away from it too much because, again, you have that offensive line and you have that running back and you have good run schemes with Jeff Stoutland devising a lot of them, coming up with new wrinkles so that teams aren't catching on to exactly what they're doing.
Jeff, Nick Sirianni said in his press conference yesterday about the longevity of the younger players, and he got into a whole point about physical practices during the week in between games, which is something that they did not do last year. I remember how many times you and your fellow reporters would point out that practice was like 6 minutes long. And obviously I'm being a little drastic there. But why the change for Sirianni? Is it he thinks he learned something new? Did the team tell him something? Is it Vic Fangio and his veteran presence? Like, why the big change for now midweek practices being more physical than years past?
I wouldn't go too far to say it's a big change. And they still have practices where they still have weeks when they just have walkthroughs instead of practices on those days. I think he's done a little more of it this season. And again, we saw in training camp too that they practiced a little more, they practiced a little harder. They practice a little longer. Not drastic. They haven't really gone from one extreme to the other. It's just been a little bit. And I think that's, what we've seen here in season. And it's probably, again, I think this is something clearly they addressed in the off season when you saw certain players wearing down last season. They thought that factored into the slide, into that collapse. And they stepped back. They got rid of Ted Rath, who was in charge of the sports science staff. They brought in someone new. And they said, hey, this is how we're going to approach this. We're going to do a little more. There's a couple of different philosophies when it comes to how you practice your players. The Eagles certainly had transitioned into one that said, hey, less is more. Then you have the Andy Reid school of thought. Rick Burkholder is his trainer. That school of thought is you train your football players like they're boxers. So you really work them out so that when game time comes around, they're seemingly equipped to take those blows because they've taken those blows or at least something equivalent to those blows during the week. But I think in today's NFL, the way players train, the way they're ready, and the way they're asked a lot more to do stuff on their own because the NFL the teams can only do so much because of the CBA and the restrictions that they have in practice. Teams feel like, okay, our players are ready. We just only need to do so much. But I think it's a little bit of a change. I don't think it's that much of a change.
A lot was made last year of the collapse, and maybe that the culture sort of fell apart a little bit for that team. Is it possible that the exiting of a Jason Kelce, that the exiting of a Fletcher Cox, and those two large, huge personalities, maybe lets the young guys feel a little more ownership and maybe a little more where they feel they can be themselves?
I don't think last year had a lot to do with an issue with the culture, to be perfectly frank with you. I think it was there were other things. I mean, certainly I think some of Nick's, negatives, maybe, we've seen him with the temperament and stuff like that. I think that kind of filtered down into the team. But I think for the most part, the culture that Nick has established has kind of allowed him to get through enough so that he returned last season, and then you've seen what it's done this season after a 2-2 start. But to answer your question, yeah, I mean that's a fair point to make. You can't replace a Jason Kelce. He's one of the greatest leaders since I've covered the team that they've ever had. So I don't think losing him was like good, for them in that regard. Fletcher was a different type of leader. Definitely not as vocal. Sometimes not as involved in that regard. But when he spoke, guys listened. So that there was that, and maybe sometimes I don't know if it worked to the way maybe some of the building had hoped it would be done, and whatever. That I don't want to get too much into that, but we've seen guys like Lane Johnson really step up into the vacancy that was left by Jason Kelce, Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson. Those three guys, played a role in Nick Sirianni and Kellen Moore being open to, I think they were going in that direction, but the fact that he had 3-year leaders in the offensive line come to you during the bye and say, hey, this is what we need to be, they listened to him, and that played a factor into it. On the defensive side, you're seeing guys like Reed Blankenship, for instance, that, not a lot is said about him, but I think behind the scenes, Reed's kind of developing to one of those quiet leaders and a guy that in that secondary will speak up when you have to. You always have BG still up front, and he kind of leads that group. And Slay has been there a long time. I think a lot of guys look at him as the alpha dog in that secondary. But, yeah, there are a few guys, and as I said, primarily in the offensive line, that have really stepped up. And just real quick, I think it's also allowed Jalen to take a little more of a leadership role, a little more of a vocal role with no Kelsey, with no Fletcher Cox than he had previously.
Jeff, you're the man. We always appreciate our conversations with you on Tuesday. Can't wait to talk to you again next week.
Enjoy LA.
Yeah, have a safe trip out there, and hopefully the jet lag isn't too bad for you coming away home.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, Jeff. There he is, Jeff McLane on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. All right, so coming up next, we hear from you also. We're on record watch, Johnny. One on the ice.
Really?
Outside of Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
But one here.
Okay.
With the Philadelphia Eagles. What can Saquon Barkley accomplish this season? We'll tell you next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sirianni learning from the defensive coordinator. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by PJ Wheelahan's Wing of the Month, Orange Chili. It's Tuesdays, which means half-price wings night at all PJs. Enjoyed by all PJ's Pub members, where membership is 100% free. Go to pjspub.com to join. The Eagles will look to push their current win streak to 7 games this coming Sunday when they travel out to Los Angeles to take on the Rams on Sunday Night Football. A big part of that win streak has been the defense, which is the number 1 ranked defense in the league through 11 weeks. Head coach Nick Sirianni spoke to the media yesterday about what he has learned this year from defensive coordinator Vic Fangio.
Yeah, just again, his tireless work ethic. I think I've probably always, with him being as good of a coach as he's been in this league for this long, I think I probably would have been able to guess that he works his butt off, but he's always looking at tape, watching tape, looking for new ways to do things, better ways to do what he already does, and just I really admire his work ethic and how he goes about work every single day.
The Sixers played again last night, and the Sixers lost again last night. They fell to the Miami Heat by a score of 106-89. Joel Embiid was listed as doubtful before the game with an illness, but he did test it, and he played last night 31 minutes, but he was a minus 22 on his time on the court. Jared McCain, though, he had 20 points again, so his good rookie season continues. The Flyers were also in action last night. They fell to the Colorado Avalanche 3-2. Owen Tippett and Tyson Forrester each had a goal for the team. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Tyrone Johnson.
The reason I don't respect kickers and punters is because the hardest part about football is the fact that you might get lit up. Every time Jalen Hurts drops back there, someone's looking to kill him.
Has plenty to say about sports in Philly.
Jake Elliott, you should be ashamed of yourself today. I don't care about what you did in the past, because if that's the case, we're not going to critique Jalen Hurts because he got to a Super Bowl in the past. No, your whole body of work, and kickers can go bad in a moment.
Hear Tyrone with Ricky Vitalico on the best show ever. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Guys, the holiday gift she really needs this year, don't dare make it a vacuum cleaner or a household appliance. Not another gift certificate.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. We'll get to your text coming up in a little bit, but we are on record watch, one nationally and one locally.
Really?
So, Alex Ovechkin, with 2 more goals last night. This guy's 39 years old and is still just a freaking beast.
Okay, that's wild.
He is 27 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. He'll probably do that this year. Because if you look at his goals over the last couple of years, he hasn't slowed down.
It's got to. This pace of this year has to slow down.
Yeah, he's at 15 goals already.
It's got to slow down.
15 goals in what? 20-some games, probably?
Not even 20.
Not even 20
Probably
games.
right
He's
around
got
20
15
games.
goals.
Yes.
So this is something I love it when records are broken or being reached or whatever. Like when I was a little kid, I would stay up late, and my dad, being the great sportsman that he is, was always cool with it. I would stay up late and watch Bonds because if you remember ESPN,
Right.
if they weren't airing the game, they'd do the live look-in every time Barry Bonds came up to bat. So I watched him break the record.
What was that, 97?
No, the 700.
Oh, the 764.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking the summer.
No, I was only 3 years. I would have only been 4 years old at that time.
I'm getting McGuire.
No, I'm talking about the all-time home run record. This year with Ohtani.
I was going to say your dad was very progressive.
With Ohtani, I wanted to see the 50-50. The 50 home runs, 50 stolen bases. Like, I love this stuff, even though they're not in Philadelphia. And I do believe that there are some Philadelphia sports fans that don't give a damn.
See, that the stat doesn't matter to me anymore.
What stat?
The stolen base stat.
Why?
Because it's so much easier to steal bases. They made the bases bigger.
It's still hard.
They made you can't throw over 3 times.
I know.
I mean, they've made stealing bases. They've made cosmetically higher numbers.
Yeah, but he didn't break the all-time steals record. He 50-50.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have
50
had
home runs, 50 stolen bases is an insane
it's
feat.
Great. It's great.
Even if it's a 60-foot base pad.
It's great, but he wouldn't have gotten, in the old rules, he's not getting the 50 steals.
All right, so if he gets 35 steals and 50 home runs, he's still the MVP
yeah,
of the
but
year.
It's not a number we're talking about.
Okay.
I think baseball has helped to destroy some of its own numbers.
So what about Ovechkin? Reaching
Ovechkin's
goals.
fine.
Yeah, all right.
No, it's great. Ovechkin's doing fine.
Yeah, and I looked it up last night. I was curious. He'll be on pace to play like the same amount of games as Gretzky. So it's not like he's played 50 more games, 100 more games. They're going to be right around the same amount of total games if he breaks the record this year.
The greatest one ever, though, was that take away Gretzky's every goal he ever scored.
Oh, yeah, and he still has the most points.
And he was that just sets him about.
Yeah, I'm not saying Ovechkin's will be the greatest hockey player of all time.
But I'll tell you this, Ovechkin's a freaking sniper.
Yeah.
And hopefully Mr. Mishkov continues to emulate.
That would be
one
pretty
of the
nice.
idols.
Now, locally,
okay,
there could be a record broken.
What's that?
And I need it to
Give me a
happen
hint.
in 16 games because I don't want to hear about the whole 17-game thing. So there have only been 8 times in NFL history, Johnny, where a running back has rushed for over 2,000 yards.
Oh.
And only once has somebody rushed for over 2,100 yards. And that, of course, was Eric Dickerson back in 1984. The next closest was Adrian Peterson back in 2012, where he finished with 2,097 rushing yards.
Now, the thing is, though, you'd need 850 yards for Saquon in the last 7 games?
Possible.
Oh, it is possible.
Very
it is
possible.
But I'm going to tell you right now, I don't want any parts of it.
Well, so here's the deal.
Too much. Too many carries.
The hope is that week 17 or week 18, the 17th game of the season
Against
for the
Giants.
Eagles, you're not playing anyone. That's the
Yes.
hope, which is why I say I need to see this happen in 16 weeks for a couple things. I don't want them to put him out in the field to try to get 50 yards on the final week of the regular season to break a record.
Which they did in 2020, whatever, they had to do something with Devontae
and his
Smith.
contract.
He needed 1,000 yards, and they put him out there.
Which I think is cool, but
yeah, but I didn't want it.
yeah,
for
you
a
don't
number.
necessarily want it.
Right.
Also, if he does it in 17 games, then people are going to say, well, it's not as impressive because he's done it in 17 as opposed to 16.
And that would be fair.
Yeah. So I'm reading this article on Fox. I didn't realize this. My FanDuel Sportsbook has already put up odds for Barkley to pass Peterson and Eric Dickerson.
Wow.
Dickerson, obviously, the more important one.
Sure.
Plus 2,000. That's a flyer.
Oh, I would take 10.
Plus 2,000?
I'd put $5-10 down on that easy.
That's a nice little payout.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
And the funny thing is, they have yet to post those odds for Derrick Henry, who is still
Derrick Henry's
in front
what,
of
30
Saquon
yards
Barkley.
ahead of him,
Yeah.
Saquon?
It's amazing that FanDuel has the prop for Saquon, but not the prop for Derrick Henry, even though Derrick Henry is ahead of Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, it's close. It's Saquon for the 2,000 all-purpose yards is what I'm looking at.
Okay.
And he's now within like 500 yards of the Eagles' all-time best season rushing record of Shady McCoy's.
Okay.
That's the number I'm looking for. 16 games beat Shady's number. And by the way, Shady's already said he doesn't give a damn if Saquon
Shady's cool like that.
beats it. That's hats off to Saquon.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's the one I'm looking at. 500. He's got around 500 yards to go. And right now, he's going to start climbing every week, he's going to climb into the top 10 Eagles rushing seasons ever.
Oh, yeah.
Which is amazing.
They did the math. Barkley, they said, assuming he plays the remainder of the season, has 7 games left to reach 2,106 yards, meaning he would have to average just over 138 rushing yards per game.
Which is where he's at, right? Right around
he's
where
averaging 113.7, but 4 times this season, he has eclipsed 138 yards.
I'm saying I hope this doesn't happen. And I'm sorry about that, Saquon. I want you to get the all-time leading Eagles season for rushing. And then I hope you are load managed so we got you in January kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah.
Because he's so looked forward to January football, to being a part of something like this. 500 yards over the next 7 games, that's cake. That's the record I want to see him get.
Okay. Now, if he did rush for the all-time leading rusher record,
it'd be great.
I'm not going to complain.
It'd be great.
Yeah.
But I'm just hoping that they manage it well.
You're thinking bigger picture.
Correct.
All right, Gunnar, what do you have on the text line today? It's 610-632-0975.
Yeah, we asked for some positive Sixers texts. Well, we got them, just maybe not actual positivity.
Let me make this clear. I said if you are in the spin zone, the positive spin zone, because I am not there, all right? I have escaped. If you are in the positive spin zone, tell me what it is, but don't give me November.
Yeah, well, the first one, text in, quote, here's your positive Sixers text. End quote.
Oh, thank you.
That's it.
That's it.
The next one said, the positive Sixers text, I don't have to redeem my season tickets going forward anymore.
Oh, come on.
The next one, at least we can celebrate on lottery night again. And then the last one, which is kind of all right.
Wow.
Here's your positive spin. Nothing for this year. But McCain and Maxey look like they can be valuable young pieces going forward.
Here's the problem. You can't play them together. And I've been holding on to saying that because everybody's having fun with Jared McCain right now.
Yes.
It's been a blast. Those two guys can't be on the court at the same time. And if you try to do it, you're just going to get beat the crap out of you by bigger bodies. They can't do it.
I heard a local opinionator saying that he thought that McCain already is showing him that he'll be much more of a player than Maxey is.
You can't say that.
And that McCain also, he predicted, would have a better career than Mishkov. And I just shook my head and said, no, you're going to be real wrong on that one.
Yeah.
That one's going to be, you're going to be like so ungodly wrong on that one.
But
we're excited about McCain.
But when Maxey comes back, guys, the whole McCain experiment or fun, he's going to play like 18 minutes because the two of them don't fit. And Maxey's your max contract. And by the way, Maxey's great. So
and we love that.
He's not going to all of a sudden be coming off the bench. McCain will be your microwave off the bench, which I'm totally in favor of. I want him and Oubre coming off the bench at the same time around that 4-minute mark in the first quarter.
He'd have a chance to be Rookie of the Year.
But McCain and Maxey cannot play together.
No, I don't see how they can. Maybe Nick Nurse can get creative. I don't know how.
I love that he's looking at it with that positive spin, but I'm sorry, you got to get a dose of reality. All right, coming up next, we hear from you. John asked me a question this morning that I thought was an easy answer, and then I realized it was an absolute layup because I heard an old name mentioned on the overnight. Also, Jalen Hurts was on Good Morning America today, and I just want to applaud this guy, not just as the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles, but a citizen of Philadelphia.
And our personal friend from Hollywood, she got involved with this.
Oh, I love this. All right. We'll talk about that next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider Update.
the Fanatic. We'll get some texts in a second. By the way, I always love our YouTube audience. Thank you for watching the show on YouTube. Obviously, you can listen on the radio, stream it on the app, or any of the streaming sites. I sound like an old man there. Or you can watch on YouTube.
Or in the Google machine.
The streaming sites. But you guys are either messing with Haley or you're on shrooms. Because they're talking about a guest that used to come in that I've never heard of in my life.
And
they're either messing with Haley or they're on shrooms. It's one of the other.
Unless it was before 2021. I have that never happened.
No, they said I interviewed said person like 10 times.
No.
Never.
They're messing with him. They're messing with him.
Or they're on shrooms. Don't put that don't take that one out of the equation, John.
There it goes.
Yeah, our YouTube audience can get down, man. You never know.
You never know.
All right, you asked me a question before the show. Can you pose it to the audience if you remember the question?
Yeah, tell me the question. I'm teasing.
It's about the coordinator.
Is last year, if last year's coaches were here, with this year's talent, with Quinyon Mitchell, with Cooper DeJean, with the emergence of the young guys, would we be right where we are right now with this coaching staff?
No.
You and Brendan Gunn are both shaking your heads on this.
Answer, no.
You say total layup.
First off, Saquon Barkley much better than DeAndre Swift. We can all agree there, right? Saquon Barkley would probably have like 8 carries through the entire season at this point. They wouldn't run the football.
It would be an even split with Kenny Gainwell.
Yeah, it would be an even split. You're right. One of the things I first said to you when you posed this question to me, Brian Johnson and Nick Sirianni, obviously the two of them were together in this. Brian Johnson would say, oh, well, our short passing game is a continuation of our run game. Like, no, it's not. It's not. Don't lie to me by saying that kind of stuff. But that's something that they believe, that all those bubble screens was basically just a run, even though it didn't show up in a stat sheet as a run. That's what they believed, and that did not work well with the offense last year, and it wouldn't have worked well with the offense this year. The defense, Sean Desai would still be playing veteran players over the younger players. Like, I don't part of me thinks Quinyon Mitchell wouldn't be a starter if Sean Desai was the defensive coordinator here. It would be Eli Ricks or something like that. He'd go with the guys that have been here for a couple of years.
I don't disagree with you.
I don't think so. And then last night during the Texans-Cowboys game, now the Cowboys are a mess, but Derek Barnett's name popped up again yesterday. I know he had a penalty, but then he also had a great play.
He's played much better in their system than he has
ever since he's left here.
Yep.
And how am I supposed to know that the younger players or some of the players that didn't reach their potential would have reached their potential with Sean Desai? And as I said earlier to you, when we talked about the major differences this year compared to last year, having an adult in the room is a big deal. Sean Desai would be playing Bryce Huff 70% of the snaps right now.
Because you think that Howie would say he's got to?
Or he'd think, all right, well, Howie paid him all this money, so of course he's got to be out there. That's my big veteran that's my free agent.
And a guy, Vic Fangio, who does not give a flip.
No, he doesn't.
In his last job.
Yeah.
He doesn't give a damn.
So I don't think Sean Desai would have been rotating guys. I mean, look, last year, clear as day, he didn't do it. Like, Nolan Smith, Nakobe Dean would probably not be playing. By the way, Zach Ball would not be an inside linebacker. Sean Desai's not changing the Zach Ball's.
It was complete mismanagement.
Yeah.
Last year was complete mismanagement.
So that's why I'd say easily.
All right.
Easily, no. Because we celebrated the coordinators getting hired.
Oh, I'm so thrilled they're here. And I just wonder, it's your belief is that Vic Fangio just has the ability to turn a key or has the blueprint in his head so much better than a guy like Desai?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, what do we have on the text line there, Mr. Gunn?
Yeah, I'm going to get one up for you guys. We got a lot of Sixers today, not so much Eagles so far because I guess everything's going well. There's not a lot of complainers out there for the Birds, but we got a positive text, an actual real positive text
so
on the
it's real
Sixers.
positive this
Okay,
time.
so
real
positive spin. I'm looking for him because I don't believe in any right now. And the only one I'm asking to not get is, well, it's only in November. They've only played 13 games, and they're 2-11 now.
The spin is the Sixers are still going to be in the playoffs, being that 2/3 of the NBA make the playoffs. All they have to do is outplay the bottom feeders of this league, and they'll still be able to get where we can go. And if they get healthy, you never know.
So, again,
they're going to beat Boston, and then they're going to take the route of They're going to beat Boston because if you're at the bottom of the bracket, you're going to have to beat Boston early. You're going to have to beat Cleveland. You have to beat. What are you? It's the Shrooms. It is the Shrooms.
Now, our texters got shrooms too.
Chester County is the mushroom capital of America. So maybe that's it.
So here's what I'll do. Coming up next, have that text at your disposal because I want you to read it again. And there's a point.
My gosh.
There's a point that I've made a few times this week, even before I've had this crisis today. I've made a point a few times this week, and it's about the culture of the Philadelphia 76ers. So we will read that text again coming up next. And, of course, we'll reset the entire show. And to be happy, John, is a good thing. It feels good to be an Eagles fan. Every once in a while, I like to remind the people that it is good to be an Eagles fan, especially when you're watching what's happening inside your own division. We'll talk about that next as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports.
Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning. Hope you have a safe driving to work today. Or sorry, I hope you're driving to safe was. Oh my God.
What was that?
Can we start over?
Who
Who's
drove
on shrooms now?
Who drove into the safe? If you drive into our safe, you're in trouble.
I hope your drive into work was safe. My God, and majestic, and hopefully I wasn't driving because I spaced out just now.
Terrible.
All right, coming up around 9:10, we're gonna talk positive because damn, it feels good to be an Eagles fan when you witness what's going on around you in the NFC East with the New York Football Giants and the Dallas Cowboys. And we'll reset our Eagles topic as well. But Brendan, I asked you to save that text. Because we finally got our first positive spin. Now, real quick, a tweet from Keith Pompey just a few minutes ago with his article from last night's game. The 76ers are off to their third worst start since the beginning of the process. Notice I said beginning
Wait a minute.
of the process.
No. Third worst since the beginning?
Yes, the beginning, which meant when it all started. Monday's loss dropped the Sixers to 2-11. The 2014, 15, and 15 and 16 squads, who opened with identical 0-13 records, are only Philly squads with worse records since the process began in 2013-14.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Because all the other years, once they started getting talent, they played better at the start of the year. Now, here's the scary
that's
thing.
crazy to me.
This team has talent. They're not those teams that went 0-13 was, Tony Roten and Ish Smith and Isaiah Cannon and Jakar Sampson and Arnett Moultrie.
Okay, you're naming
and Furkan Aldemir, not Furkan Korkmaz, Furkan Aldemir.
I got to tell you half the names.
Henry
you mentioned.
Sims, Hollis Thompson. Those teams went 0-13. They're 2-11 with Joel Embiid, Paul George, Tyrese Maxey. And I don't care that they haven't been necessarily healthy. Maxey by himself should win games. Paul George by himself should win games. Joel Embiid by himself should win games. But because Embiid played in the Olympics, because Paul George is often injured, and because Maxey can't play by himself and has now injured himself, that's why they're 2-11. The fact that they are in the same sentence as the 14-15 Sixers is embarrassing.
The most embarrassing part of it is that you care so much.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's awesome.
I'm wearing a damn Sixer shirt today.
You care so much when the most important player in your franchise didn't care as much about this 24-25 season as you do. And it's and no one, and you can argue it all you want. You want to argue with me? Argue with me. You cared about it more than he did because he cared more about a personal aggrandizement of going to the Olympics than he did being ready to keep the main thing the main thing. As the Sixers have told us, there's no new injury. So this is what was hampering him last year, yet again, an injury being the reason that he can't perform. And guess what? He tried his backside off during that Knicks series.
He did.
Nobody
can take that away from him.
He had 3 really, really good games.
Yeah.
And he was hampered. And to me, the fact that he chose to spend his offseason doing something like that and then vacationing after it, to me is just a shocker. And there's no excuse for it. Any excuse you want to make, you can make it. My listening ears are off because it's ridiculous. It didn't do anything. Remember the line, and we had an earlier person send me a note earlier going, yeah, remember when people tried to tell you Embiid playing in the Olympics is going to change him.
Yeah.
It's going to make him more of a competitor. It's going to make him more of a dog. He's going to observe the best in the world to do it. Uh-huh. Gotcha.
It hasn't worked.
Keep spinning that one for me.
Has not worked. So, Brendan, can you read that text again that we had in the previous segment?
Yeah, it's unfortunate it was a nameless texter because it was such a good one. But he said the positive spin is that the Sixers will make the playoffs. 2/3 of the NBA makes the playoffs.
That's not a positive, though.
All they have to do is outplay the bottom feeder teams and get in. Once this team gets healthy, you never know what can happen.
Oh, stop.
All right, so I need a minute here.
Stop.
So they are going to make the playoffs. I feel very comfortable saying that. What does that get you? To me, it gets me nothing. Unless they make a run. Here's the problem, and I've said this a few times this week. I'm not saying it after another bad loss yesterday. I've been saying this, Johnny, and you're my witness, so you can attest to it. The Philadelphia 76ers, despite my love for them,
Sure.
do not have the best culture. When people say the Miami Heat culture, dude, that's real. Whatever Eric Spoelstra
Yes.
has
it's
been
real.
able to put together, obviously before him, right? The Miami Heat culture
It's real.
is real.
No, it's tangible. It's believable.
And so when they were the 8th seed and made it to the NBA Finals, amazing story. They also played the Boston Celtics, who are not yet ready to win. And now that the Celtics have won, that's a different story.
Correct.
But they were able to win because of the Miami Heat culture. On the other side of the bracket, I will remind you, the Lakers, as the 7th seed, made it to the Western Conference Finals and had a great series against the Nuggets.
Who do they have?
LeBron James.
Oh, LeBron James, not Bronny.
Who, if not number one, is the
LeBron.
second best player
Okay.
in the history of the NBA and one of the
Okay.
most accomplished players in NBA history.
Interesting.
That guy alone, breeds culture, which is
So in
why
other words-
I still wanted him here this offseason, even though that was never going to happen.
Either
because
one of them is not
culture's
comparable, though.
Yes.
You're making a
The
good.
Sixers don't have that culture because Joel Embiid has never won anything. Tyrese Maxey's never won anything. Paul George has never won anything. The 3 guys that will be leading the charge have never won anything. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but I feel very comfortable saying that if they enter the playoffs as a 7 seed, 8 seed play-in team that makes their way into the playoffs, hell, 6 seed, I don't believe this team has the inner workings of a team that could make a miraculous run in terms of where they are in seeding. I don't think they're built for that. I think they need to be a top 4 seed. And right now, you still have a chance, believe it or not, to reach 3 or 4. But it's
What?
got to start soon.
Wait a minute. To make 3 or 4?
A 34 seed, yeah.
I don't believe they do. I don't believe they do. Just avoiding the play-in tournament. To avoid the play-in tournament, they got to play 23 games over 500.
I mean, the Knicks
That's to be the 6th seed.
just for context, the Knicks are the 4
That's
seed
not
right
what
now.
You can't do that.
I know. I'm just saying they're 8 and 6. So it's not like they're not reaching 1 or 2. Cavs are 15 and 0. Celtics are 11 and 3.
Let me tell you right now,
they're not catching those teams.
They're not catching the Knicks either.
I'm not saying that they will.
Like they're not. To avoid the play-in tournament, they have to play 23 games over 500. And last year, 4 teams in the NBA played 23 games over 500. And I can tell you with all certainty, this Sixers team ain't doing that.
Right.
They're not playing 23 games over. So you gotta change your expectations.
Or your hope. Again, hope. Oh, God.
that everybody else collapses?
Well, the Heat right now are the 6th seed, which would be the lowest seed that's not in the play-in tournament. They are 6 and 7, so you're 4 games back. So it is still.
But you're also got to take into consideration. You've hooked your wagon to 2 guys that are already flat out going to take 10, 12 nights off
No, you're right.
when they're healthy.
Yeah, and I don't.
So you can't count on the 23 games over 500.
Right.
You just can't.
The only-
The Sixers didn't play that last year during the regular season. You just can't.
The best thing they have going for them is that they're in the Eastern Conference. And I'm not. That's all jokes aside. Right now, 6 and 7, which is the Heat. They're the 6th seed. Again, very early on to do seedings, but Sixers are 2 and 11. 6 and 7 would make you the 12th seed in the Eastern Conference. 6 and 7 makes you the 6th seed in the Eastern Conference.
That's wild. That's wild.
So the Sixers could still do it, but they got to start winning games, and they have to look. This is the worst part. They have to look like a team that can win basketball games. On paper, yes. Embiid, George, Maxey. But through 13 games this year, they have not looked like a basketball team that can put together 2 good performances in a row to give you a 2-game winning streak. They have not done it all year. They're 2 and 11, guys. So to that guy who says they just got to get healthy come playoff time, which is what we've been hearing since when Joel Embiid missed the first couple games of the season because of this ramp-up period, when are you going to start seeing good basketball?
Well, here's what I'm going to tell you right now. I'll give you the headline, and when you start to hear it, you're going to realize that the spinners, as you call them, this is the new nickname. I like this. The spinners. They got plates spinning on like tops of sticks. The spinners are going to say to you, they're going to get Embiid back, George back, Maxey back. And they're still going to have nights where they look like, Well,
They
you
have to
got to
have
give
more
them
time. I know.
You got to give them, they got to have a ramp-up period. And those people are the equivalent of the band members on the deck of the Titanic. And they're going to keep playing the tune, telling you to smile. Don't worry, nothing to see here. And they're lying to you. And they know they're lying to you. But they so don't want to be wrong that they're just going to spin every little pie-in-the-sky scenario they can come up with. And that's what they're doing. I'm sorry about that. I don't want it to be this way. It is, though. I'm not going to blow sunshine up your skirt. I'm going to tell you the truth. And if you don't realize that it's the truth, it hurts.
Truth hurts right now.
It does.
All right, you can text in. You can call in at 610-632-097.
By the way, one thing I did not realize until one of our texters pointed out, Derrick Henry has a game up on Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they haven't had their bye yet.
So it's right now there's a difference between the two of them of 48 yards. But Saquon has one less game.
Yeah, and that's why Derrick Henry's that record is not on the books.
Now Derrick has the 13 rushing touchdowns, which is going to hurt.
Was it Sean Alexander with 27?
Yeah, he's got 13. I would say that's probably going to end up around 20, 21. Saquon's never going to get that.
You never know, man. He's had games where he could have 3.
Yeah, but the Vulture, no, he's got 8 rushing. The Vulture's going to get that.
No, I'm talking about Derrick Henry.
Oh, yeah, he does.
I'm talking about single-season record. Like, he could get close to Sean Alexander.
I wonder if you're talking about, Offensive Player of the Year. If Derrick Henry ends up 100, what if he ends up 120 yards behind Saquon, but ends up with 7, 8 more touchdowns? Then everyone's going to probably go, well, the touchdowns matter.
Here's the thing.
Jalen gets our touchdowns.
I don't even want to say perfect world, but unfortunately I have to say perfect world. In a perfect world, the voters would realize that Jalen Hurts gets the tush-push touchdown, and that shouldn't be a minus towards Saquon Barkley.
It shouldn't be, but
there are people that won't watch a game all season long, look at the stats, and go, oh, touchdowns. Touchdowns mean more than yards.
I don't know why, honestly. I don't know why the Eagles don't look out more for Saquon on some of those 1-yard touchdowns.
Nah, I don't think it matters.
Well, they looked out for him by not putting the incentive in based on touchdowns. Like, he's still getting paid because they knew this was going to happen.
Yeah.
He is.
It really doesn't bother me, to be honest with you, especially because Jalen Hurts is my quarterback in fantasy
Well, I think
football.
it matters to Saquon, though, doesn't it? It's going to matter to him. It's going to matter to him one day whether he gets into – it'll be a number that's held against him if he doesn't get into –
Well, I do feel like not putting that incentive in the contract, he knew what he was walking into.
I think he wants to win. And plus,
I know he wants to win.
There's the
There's no
videos of him screaming, "Run the tush push" again. So he's probably in favor out of it. I mean, look, he could have been out there. What game was it where he could have broke his personal single game record? The Giants. Yeah, that's right, the Giants game. And he said, "Let the young guys eat." Like, he seems like a guy that doesn't necessarily care about that kind of stuff. At least that's the way I'll tell myself. All right, so damn, it feels good to be an Eagles fan. Speaking of Saquon Barkley. So if you look just inside this division, obviously the Commanders are a nice story. Like, if you take your Eagles fandom out of it, the Commanders are a nice little story this year. Other than that, man, the NFC East is a joke when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys and the New York Giants. Now, let's start with the Cowboys. We touched on it earlier. Not only are they 3-7 this season. By the way, Jerry Jones, Todd Archer put out a story. Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys, quote, didn't anticipate their 3-7 record.
Well, nobody did.
I would like to think that nobody would anticipate their team starting off 3-7 if they have playoff expectations. But that was they had a horrible offseason, and just everything that went into it. I mean, how many times did we ask Shefty during the offseason, hey, when are they going to pay these guys? Or are they going to pay these guys? And you've pointed out the entire coaching staff being on 1-year deals.
Which is always a disaster.
Yeah.
It's just not a disaster. When you have everybody is sitting there on edge, it's just not good.
Right away. And by the way, Brendan Gunn points out the Cowboys clinched the under last night. If you bet under 10.5 wins, ding, ding, you already won.
Oh, wow.
It's, we're 10 games into the season for the Dallas Cowboys.
By the way, I thought Dallas was going to be right there, but in the mix with Washington.
I thought the Eagles would have like a 2-game lead over them. They have much more than that at this point. So the Dallas Cowboys on the field, a mess. the building is falling apart. They literally tried opening the roof yesterday for the first time in 2+ years. For some reason, they didn't do maintenance checks in between, and parts of the roof was falling apart. And there's Jerry Jones. There's videos of Jerry Jones being shown what took place. He has the sunlight issue that was a story. Like, they have become a clown show, which is amazing. And then the Giants. Now, you told me more about this morning. So we announced it during the show yesterday that Daniel Jones is being benched and that Tommy DeVito would be the starting quarterback this Sunday. Tommy DeVito is the third string. He is the emergency quarterback. Drew Lock is the second string quarterback.
Drew Lock, who they paid $5 million to.
Dude, more than Saquon.
To come in there. Exactly. To come in there and do that. So they're now going to put Daniel Jones, though, as the third string emergency quarterback.
Now, why is that, Johnny?
Because they don't want to pay him there's a $23 million immediate injury guaranteed payout.
Yeah.
I'm shocked the NFL Players Association allows this to happen.
Well, remember
How do you let a guy who's been your starting quarterback for 5 seasons? 5 seasons.
Yeah.
And you let them say, we don't want to pay anything, and so you just go, you do that.
I'll have to double check. Did Russell Wilson ever have a lawsuit? Because remember, the Broncos did this with him last year. They were kind of in a playoff picture, not real, but they were one of those like in the hunt teams, and they benched him. And it was for that reason, the injury thing. Sean Payne, I'm pretty sure, straight up said it during a press conference. And so I wonder if there was any lawsuit there. If not, then they don't have that was a case last year. I don't know whatever came of that. But yeah, they're basically putting him as the third string emergency quarterback so that there's no risk of injury so that they can't pay it out. Dirty work, man.
I'm surprised. Now, that is far dirtier than saying a guy's heading towards a certain amount of... What was the guy with the Pirates?
Oh.
That you were pissed about?
Rowdy Tellez, I think,
Bag
right?
of Donuts. Getting
that was a bad look.
No, the Pirates had no reason to. Why would you pay him? It's not like he was.
It was a bad look.
If he was having a great year,
he was actually having one of the better seasons for the Pirates.
If he was having a great year, he was not having a great year.
No, he wasn't having a great year, but for the Pirates, he was having one of the better seasons.
If he was having a great year, I would say to you, yeah, he got screwed. He got screwed. But I'm not.
No, look, he got screwed because there was no reason to do it other than the business part of it, right? Because he was their first baseman. Like, he was their number one guy. They basically just benched him. Or not benched him. They released him so that he didn't reach. He played 131 games this year. He was a starting first baseman for the Pirates. Daniel Jones is a starting quarterback, and they're doing the same thing to him. Just without outrighting releasing him.
Well, the one thing is, and people will point this out about Saquon, that he turned down the contract offer, sort of like that he got from the Eagles. He had turned that down from the Giants. The part that they're leaving out is Saquon asked the Giants to make him the offer and get this deal done before last season. The Giants refused.
Yeah.
Then in November, they came to him and were like, oh, no, we want to give you what you want. Honestly, screw you at that point.
Yeah.
And I totally understand.
And then they paid Drew Lock more money.
There you go.
It's unbelievable.
And that's bottom line.
All right, by the way, real quick, Jalen Hurts was on Good Morning America today. It was about the fixing the schools in Philadelphia. Now, you could talk a little bit more about it because
of our good friend Quinta Brunson.
Our best friend Quinta, yeah.
Quinta Brunson, he did the appearance on Abbott Elementary, and Abbott Elementary has done a lot of things to help Philadelphia area public schools.
Yes, which is beautiful.
Jalen got involved through that last year into bringing the air conditioners into the schools. He bought like 250.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Window unit air conditioners to put in the doors. And now Jalen is continuing that effort through his thing to support Philadelphia public schools.
And that's got to be applauded.
This is freaking awesome.
Like,
this is great.
I know people are critical of him because he's the franchise quarterback, but every once in a while you got to go, damn, that's pretty awesome that he's doing that for this city.
No, it's absolutely awesome. And more importantly, when Jalen Hurts does this, like Jalen Hurts and his foundation, when they go and they do this and say, we're going to support Philadelphia area public schools. So in other words, the kids of our fan base.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden that the big corporations are going to want to get behind it.
Yeah.
The Eagles are going to want to double the donation.
Yes.
Jalen, great work.
Yeah.
Great work.
Like, I'm proud to say that guy's the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles.
I got something for you to tease you on.
Okay.
The Commanders let you inside the curtain. My boys, the Junks, down in Washington, they commented on the Eagles. And you're going to love hearing what they had to say.
Oh, okay. I'll hear that next. So will you, but I will as well. Also, I'm going to ask you a question about law. While we also do that.
That's
I'm not
fine.
going to ask the lawyers that come up at 10 o'clock. I'm going to ask Jury
Well,
John.
believe me.
Judge John.
The lawyers are much better at it.
It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Learning from Fangio. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Staples Stores. Your local Staples Stores has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. The Eagles look to push their current win streak to 7 games this coming Sunday when they travel out to Los Angeles to take on the Rams on Sunday Night Football. A big part of that win streak has been the defense, which is the number 1 ranked total defense in the NFL through 11 weeks. Head coach Nick Sirianni spoke to the media yesterday about what he has learned this year from defensive coordinator Vic Fangio.
Yeah, just again, his tireless work ethic. I think I've probably always, with him being as good of a coach as he's been in this league for this long, I think I probably would have been able to guess that he works his butt off, but he's always looking at tape, watching tape, looking for new ways to do things, better ways to do what he already does, and just to really admire his work ethic and how he goes about work every single day.
The Sixers played again last night, and the Sixers lost again last night. They fell to the Miami Heat by a score of 106-89. Joel Embiid, who was doubtful before the game with an illness, he did play. He played 31 minutes, but he was a minus 22 while on the court. Jared McCain, though, he scored 20. He led the Sixers, and his impressive rookie season continues. And the Flyers were also in action last night, but they fell to the Colorado Avalanche by a score of 3-2. Owen Tippett and Tyson Forster each had a goal. Flyers are back in action tomorrow night. You can catch that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Mike Missanelli.
When it started out this year, we're going, is Fangio really, as advertised?
He has a lot to say about sports in Philadelphia.
We can look at the offense. They're obvious. They're dynamic players. Saquon Barkley is playing out of his mind.
want on Kincade Salciunas 97.5. The Fanatic. Get back to our text line in a moment about any and all of our topics today. I have a question about the law in sports.
Well, we got two lawyers coming up at 10.
So let me ask Jury John.
Yes.
But you teased something going into the break about what the former opposition, the most recent win in which the Eagles had, is saying about the Birds.
Yes, my buddies, the Junks Radio down in D.C., one of the longest-running morning shows in the country. Great guys. I used to torment their show when I didn't do mornings. They would always have me on, and I would just sort of torment them, go on.
You did your duty, man.
Yeah, I did my best. So they had on Brian Robinson,
the running back of the Commanders, who was yelling about the fans, remember, on Twitter the other day.
Right, well, Brian Robinson had a lot to say about Philadelphia sports. In fact, he says, why did they lose the game? Because the Philadelphia Eagles were more physical than us.
Interesting.
Insinuating that both lines of scrimmage dominated physically, and that the Commanders have to be ready to answer that level of physicality when they return in December for the return visit, or things will go exactly the same.
So we touched on it earlier. It kind of goes to what I said about because we had a texter earlier that said something really weird about the Eagles haven't had impressive wins still.
That was just crazy.
The blowout against the Cowboys was the best thing for the Eagles because they didn't have to play their starters in the fourth quarter.
Right. And Nick Sirianni does not care about blowing up
he doesn't.
Score.
But the big thing for that Thursday night game was Saquon Barkley, 14 carries. The offensive lineman and defensive lineman had a fourth quarter off. And if you remember that Thursday night, the Commanders, I believe, now Brian Robinson would know more than I would because he is the running back of the Commanders and I'm just a radio host. I thought the Commanders were more physical in the first half, and that's why it was a 7-3 football game going into halftime. But it changed at halftime. The Eagles, I believe, were much more physical in the second half. You saw Saquon Barkley running a lot better in the second half. It starts up front with the offensive line, and then with him himself, his ability to get stronger as the game goes on. And then the Commanders could do nothing on the ground in the second half, and that goes to the credit of the Eagles' defensive front. And it all goes back to that fourth quarter. On a short week, after the Commanders had to play the Steelers, which was a much more physical game.
Right, exactly.
They were probably just more, I wouldn't say it was one team stronger than the other when it comes to physicality. I think one team was gassed in the second half in the Eagles because of how well they handled their business the previous week. Had more energy left.
Well, if one team represented, if one fan base represented by a player says that it is, though, don't you have to believe
Yeah, no,
it?
of course.
I mean, he played in the game, and he's like...
No, I was just saying based on what I saw.
Got you. I didn't think it was. But when you look at it, this guy's telling you, it was.
The running back of the team, yes, I would take his word over mine.
They're more and the physicality. That's a great commercial for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Damn right it is, man.
It's really good to hear.
And look, they're beasts up front, and that is the Eagles' philosophy. Build in the trenches, man.
Sure.
To their credit. All right, now I have a question for you. So the Bears, if you remember, lost this past Sunday. They tried getting the game-winning field goal, and it was blocked. Second straight week where a game-winning field goal was blocked. The Chiefs did it to the Broncos 2 weeks ago. The Packers did it to the Bears this past weekend. The Bears are filing a complaint.
What about?
So if you watch the replay of it, you're not allowed to hit the long snapper head on. It's a league rule because they're snapping, so their head's already down. It's almost like a defenseless position.
Okay.
And if you look at the guys on the opposite side, on the Packers, they rammed right into his head and shoulders, which is a 15-yard penalty. Like, that is a personal foul, 15-yard penalty. It wasn't called. The field goal was no good. It was blocked. Game over. Packers win. So the Bears are now filing a complaint.
Well, what does that change?
Exactly. And so I'm asking you, Lawyer John.
It changes nothing.
I get why they're doing it, but they're not going to have you guys line up
and kick a field goal again. No. And more importantly, I watched the end of that game. I don't remember the Green Bay the Bears sideline going nuts.
They didn't notice it till afterward.
So, it obviously wasn't that egregious.
No, it was egregious if you watch the replay.
That at the time, they're watching it real time. So if it wasn't that egregious in real time, that means the officials probably missed it the same way they did.
Yeah. I just sometimes
that's much ado about nothing.
I just sometimes don't get the point. Like, so you're gonna make some poor guy doing like paperwork.
Yeah, I mean,
and then what?
You're trying to find some sort of an edge.
But they're not gonna have you line up for the kick again.
It's not doing it.
If anything, they're just doing it for like.
Well, they're thinking that they're going to get a advantage later. Official, maybe it'll be something later on,
or maybe the Packers will be watched that more closely on field goal attempts,
or that
something.
the next time you play them, you might get a call.
Yeah, when you're out of the playoff race at that point, but whatever.
Well,
I don't know. Sometimes I just go, well, yeah, what's the point?
Well, they got Caleb Williams, so that's very exciting.
It's kind of like the teams last year with the tush push saying, oh, look, some of these offensive linemen are lining up too far past the ball. And then they called it on the Eagles, and half the time it was literally
they
the
actually
other
weren't.
team's
Yeah,
arm.
exactly. You're right. They were wearing the gloves.
That was it, right. That was a problem last year at the end.
And it wasn't the Eagles' fault. It was the opposition.
I'm glad to see the tush push become a part-time play.
Yeah, they're still using it.
They are. But I want
decent clip.
I want it as a part-time play.
Yeah.
I don't, I
agree with you.
It's enough. Enough.
I agree with you. You got Saquon. Speaking of Saquon, Malcolm wants to talk about him. What's up, Malcolm?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey,
How are
buddy.
you?
Good to hear from you.
Yeah, so I just have a couple points. I think Saquon will win Offensive Player of the Year if they base it on the talent around the two, between him and Derrick Henry. And the other thing I want for you guys to discuss is, what would this town be saying about Sirianni if he did the same thing Harbaugh did on that 2-point conversion?
I mean, you know how it would be. We would be crushing Nick Sirianni for it.
Sure we would.
Oh,
Absolutely, we would.
Horrible.
And I mean, there's sometimes where coaches are trying to be too cute.
Yeah. And I don't like it.
They're trying to make a statement about how creative they are, aggressive they are, or otherwise. And I think sometimes they get suckered into that. I think Mike Tomlin gets suckered into that a lot. And
I agree.
He's winning this year, but he's pretty much been a 500 coach for around 7-8 years.
And, John, we had this discussion last year. Tomlin and Harbaugh would not have still been the coaches in this town.
No, they wouldn't be here. No, they'd be gone. They absolutely would have been gone.
And
he never would be that patient.
And let's not say that that's a fan thing, too. Thanks for the call, Malcolm.
No.
You could look at the higher-ups of the Eagles.
Jeffrey Lurie wouldn't tolerate that.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Yeah. All right, let's sneak one more in here. Let's go to Sean in North Philly. Hello, Sean.
What's up, Sean?
Yes, sir. How y'all doing, guys?
Good to hear from you, man.
What's up, man?
All right. It's just so frustrating with the butts in the seat syndrome we got going on with these Sixers. I mean, they just do enough to bring people down there, and then knowing they're not winning nothing this year. And for sure, why y'all keep talking about playoffs or people? They're not making the playoffs. You're going to get a draft pick. They're setting up for the new stadium we got going on down there. That's like 6 years away, though. But they're not.
No, it's like 10 years away.
No,
it's 10 years.
No, 30. The fall of 30.
Oh, fall of 30? Oh, okay. 6 years from now. So
6 years.
So your draft pick will be 5 or 6 years into their
That'd be fine.
Okay.
Yes.
It'd be like 24 years old.
That's if the player hits.
It's not going. It's something
You
wrong.
guys are just sunshine.
Listen, dude. Well, here's the thing. I still believe that they're going to make the playoffs. And if they're not going to make the playoffs, they have to be a top 6 pick because the draft pick that they have is protected. And if
they're
it's
definitely not making the playoffs. You can forget that.
I think they
will make the playoffs.
I think they will make the play-in tournament.
But they keep on having the fans to hope. Look what you see down there. We got I forget. I can't even say his name. I can't even pronounce his last name. But the new guy we got here because he dumped LeBron, and we brought him here just because of that.
Yabusele.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he our star now, and McLane, rookie. They are stars. Are you kidding me?
He's not a star.
The Sixers had 2 offensive rebounds last.
Thanks for the call, Sean. Yeah, it's bad.
They had 2. You could dumb into it. You could dumb into a rebound.
I saw Embiid have one of them.
My gosh. I'm glad to see you got to see.
I can remember it.
Glad to see you got. Now, how much is this, by the way? How much is this get in shape ramp up period excuse are we going to use? Is it now? It's 3 games.
No, I'm done.
Does he get? Does it? No, not from you. I don't consider you an excuse maker.
Thank you.
I consider you a guy who tries to find reasons. Like, I mean, how long is this ramp up period for Joel? Because the ramp up period was supposed to be going on for like a month. So are we now at 5 games? Can we question? 7 games? Dude, like sands through the hourglass. It's running out.
I needed to see it yesterday, but John, he was ill.
Oh, okay.
So,
For God's sakes, don't get me started on the ill crap.
Oh, maybe the next.
Don't get me started.
Maybe the next game.
Yeah.
Brendan, you look like a guy that used to wear the ill shirt.
Oh, dude, yeah, we're going to bring it back.
You definitely were an ill
Listen,
shirt guy.
you just stepped on my ground. I was going to bring it back this year. And say the last time the Phillies did it.
I never wore it once.
No.
I had it before it was cool, mind you.
I had it before it was cool, yeah. So was my long hair. All right, coming up next, it's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
This defense. 9:47 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Johnny just reminded me of something. I actually favorited the tweet yesterday, but I forgot to put it on the show sheet today. Can you read the tweet that you just read me during the commercial break? And this is honestly good. I'm glad that this is happening.
Because you think it's they deserve it?
I think it's stupid and unnecessary.
The Cowboys will play the Bengals on December the 9th on Monday Night Football. And
setting up for a real great game.
That would be eligible to be flexed out. That game would be eligible to be flexed out, but they can't because the NFL is doing an alternate Simpsons cast of the game, and they've invested so much in all the voiceovers and characterizations and everything, they cannot flex that game. And every network person is pissed about it.
Yes.
But they agreed to do this Simpson thing as if it's like, who the hell cares?
Nobody cares. Like, I get it. They try to do the SpongeBob thing.
No, I love for the
Last
kids.
year was
That's kids, though, like
That's
John
kids.
says.
This is adults.
Yes, Simpsons.
This is not the little kids. I love what they do on the Nickelodeon broadcast.
The slime.
With the kids and everything.
Yeah, Toy Story, all that.
Toy Story, yeah.
Adam's daughter is the sideline for that. Adam Schefter's daughter does that.
Yeah.
You know, on the thing. I'm all for that because it's about kids. I don't give. Look, I love Family Guy. We're a Family Guy household, my daughter and I.
Listen.
Like, I would love to watch a Family Guy alternate thing, but not if it meant having to watch crap football.
Well, every time Dallas gets sacked, and you just hear that. What's that bully's name in The Simpsons? Go, like every time he gets sacked.
I like The Simpsons. I would rather watch a Family Guy.
Now, I will tell you, I will not watch a second of this alternate cast. I don't even watch the Manning cast, so you know I'm not going to watch
Which
the
is
Simpson
weird to me
cast.
still that you've never even given it a shot.
I'd rather just watch the game. All right, before we're too late, it's time now for the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show, brought to us by Vonsey Brewing.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my coworker who does say smart things every once in a while, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
I'm not offended at all. I think Ricky Bottalico's a smart guy. And I think that Ricky Bottalico was brilliant in this point.
So you told me about it. He basically said that this year feels like the opposite of last year, where last year they were 10-1 and they were winning football games, but it never really looked great. And then they started falling apart. Whereas this year, the first 4 weeks were tumultuous. But to Ricky's point, everything then started going up. Whereas last year, it went down after wins. This year, it's basically the opposite. It's the coordinators being different, but also being adults, right? Last year, you had 2 inexperienced coordinators, and my God, did they struggle probably because of it.
They weren't good.
Right.
Like, they flat out were not good. And to me, that creates a downward spiral of, if the information is not flowing down, then that can spin your entire team out.
Yeah.
Because they have to count on the guys. We have a boss. You don't believe in your boss's message, you don't tend to follow it, or you tend to push back. And then that tends to have everything spiral out.
Right.
We're 8-2 this year. We were 9-1 last year. I am so much more bought in on an 8-2 team, and I said this last week.
Yes, you did.
I'm so much more bought in on an 8-2 Eagles team than I was the 9-1 team last year. It's because I didn't believe what my eyes are showing me. I believe what my eyes are showing me this year.
And look, when I ask the question, why are you still walking on eggshells? It's not that I see people on Twitter saying that this team stinks. But even the people that are like having fun watching games, they still are like, I don't know. We talk to people every single day.
We do.
Every single day, there's somebody that still goes, yeah, but why? And there's no sugarcoating this. And for anyone that is sugarcoating the Sixers situation at this point, I don't know why you're doing that. We talk about how sometimes with the Eagles, people are walking on eggshells because maybe they don't want to get their hopes up too much because they know what happened last year. What have the Sixers done to allow you to keep getting your hopes up? Last night, you blew a 19-point lead. You were outscored in the third quarter, 35-16. John, you mentioned it earlier that getting older is not necessarily a good plan. Kyle Lowry and Eric Gordon look old. And Joel Embiid, okay, he was ill yesterday, and I hope for a speedy recovery, Johnny.
I'm just playing my violin over here quietly.
He just looks so slow. Do I still think they make the playoffs? Yes, I do still think they make the playoffs. But what I'm watching right now, That's not good enough. We have on the text line Mr. Brendan Gunn.
Yeah,
Good
we got
morning.
somebody replying right to that Eagles question you posed. Tim from Ben Salem, he says, it's the eye test. They never do what the Lions did this past Sunday. I never see them destroy an opponent on any Sunday, even when they are a lot lesser of an opponent like the Jags.
You mean like Dallas the week before?
Cincinnati,
New
York.
Like I've seen it 3 times in the past month. I have no idea what you're watching. Come on, I'm floored by that response. So, in other words, you didn't watch 3 of the games that were played in the last month.
All right, that's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show brought to us by Vonsey Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out their Key 3, the OG Pils, legendary Philly Lager, a gold medal winner at the 2023 World Beer Cup for the best American Pilsner. The OG Pils and Joel Embiid have something in common.
What's that?
The gold medal. Walking on Clouds, the Vonsey's flagship hazy IPA. And what else do we got, Johnny?
I thought it would make you sort of lethargic at work. But how about the Vienna Lager? The Vienna Lager has all the German ingredients you ever wanted. Visit VonSeeBrewing.com. I don't think they want Joel attached to it right now.
No.
You know what's great is this gentleman going here, for God's sakes, Kincade, would you give him a chance to ramp up?
Did somebody really say that?
Yes, an emailer. So would you give him a chance to ramp up?
I thought that's why he missed the first couple of games of the season.
I thought that's what happened all during training camp. Remember the ramp up? Are you freaking kidding me? How long of a ramp up do you need? I'm telling you, runway C at Philadelphia International shorter. For God's sakes.
Look, there's going to be a game.
It's so incredible. The excuse making is unbelievable. Jalen Hurts doesn't get this kind of backing.
There's going to be a game within the next 2.5 weeks, I'll say, where he goes off for like the 30 and we feel great.
Yes.
But the question is, how long until that happens? And when that happens, what's their record?
And more importantly, we all want it to happen.
Oh, of course we do.
But it was a mismanaged offseason.
It's going to happen. I'm telling you right now, Joel Embiid is going to, at some point, we're going to see him be Joel Embiid again. But are they going to be 4-17 at that point?
I wonder if there's going to be a shutdown again. A little shutdown period for him to. I'm hoping not.
Well, then if that's the case, then shut it all down.
I'm hoping not. But let's just, the excuse making, though, I just think of it this way. Like we talk about Hurts. Jalen Hurts gets no grace like this.
Oh.
And Jalen Hurts has never given you any reason to question his dedication, his determination to being healthy, his work ethic, or whatever. It's unbelievable. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors, and make a donation today to the AACR, the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. Bill Colarulo on one of the promos talked about how excited he was by something with the Eagles that he couldn't sleep at night.
I heard.
I love that.
Can I tell you something? That wasn't just radio. He literally said to me off the air, bro, I could barely sleep.
I love when people have that kind of enthusiasm.
Damn right, man. Go Birds, baby. And plus, it's his cousin that's leading the charge.
Well, it is. The Sirianni Christmas is coming up. So I can't wait to hear all about it, and then Thanksgiving first, of course.
We got to do that first. And
who gets the drumstick? I can see Bill and Nick. You know, they have the wishbone.
Yeah,
choosing.
Yeah. Do you think they go on the walk together before the meal?
I think they do. Yeah. I think they do. When the fallen leaves.
Oh, no.
Maybe.
Johnny doesn't know about the walk.
Could
That's
be.
Right. I'll teach you one day.
Grow up.
Everybody have a great
rest of your day. Are you talking about to imbibe in something?
Everybody have a great rest of your day. Mike Missanelli Show.